Welcome to a regular Friday to Saturday edition of Viewer Levels. As always, as we await the first submissions that are going to populate the queue, we're going to take a look at an introductory warm-up level just to make sure everything is ship-shape. And today we're going to look at something that was sent to me by another streamer on Twitch, by Foundering, who is actually a ragtime piano and word game streamer who earlier today was doing a stream of accompanying silent films. So, also turned out to be a Mario Maker. Under the handle LDKDE, I think this might actually be his daughter's profile. But anyway, Foundering sent me Classically Cryptic Conundrums, which is a music and puzzle level with tunes by Mozart, Beethoven, and Strauss, where we hope we know our classical music, and furthermore hope that audio is going to be working. In the meantime, welcome Taldir and Furry Nova. Good to have some people come in right away. Let's just get started. So let's see how well I can hear the musical clues here. Okay, this is just Mozart's Turkish Rondo. You do have to, of course, just run it to your own speed to scroll everything in, but you can hear each note just fine. Oh, looks like there's going to be a bit of a guess-to-note thing going on here, I think. Up. But then we have to probably punch in a code of some sort. Let me see how the entry is actually going to work. And then something is going to give you the key door. Okay, yeah. It's going to be a sort of pick the correct note to finish the phrase thing, I think. So why don't we just scroll through this again and see what is missing. Okay. So let's see. How do I guess which pitch is correct, though? It's the first one, yeah. But let me just check this. It is the first to pitch. And so we hit this, and that should give me the key. Yep, okay. So yeah, you just fill in the last note in the phrase, and you can preview which note you are working with on the left side over here. Sorry, on the top side over there, I should say. Now, let's see what this is. Okay, this is Johann Strauss, Blue Danube. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, if I actually heard this correctly, it should be the fourth one here. And that's correct. Okay, Mozart and Strauss are out of the way. We were promised Beethoven, so let's see how that goes. Okay, there's going to be Für Elise. Let's see what note is missing. We just need to end the phrase, I think. So it's just... So let's look at that. Yeah, it's going to be this pitch here. So second column. Seems like some things were still activated in the back, but that's okay. Managed to get the key. Yeah, interesting use of the conveyors in each of these, just purely for the sake of tempo control, I think. Yeah, because some things were still respawning in, slightly off screen and dropping in. Okay, it's going to be back to Mozart for Eine kleine Notmusik. Bum. Hang on, wait a minute. Let's check what key we're in. Oh, I see. So you have to kind of do this by inference. It's not going to be any of these notes. It's going to be something a little further. These are by semitone, I believe, when they are down one row at a time. So this could be flat 3, and then... yeah, all the way to the end, I think. Let's see how this mechanism is actually going to work as we get into the last 30 seconds here. Oh, okay, well, you just need to... wait a minute. That seems strange. Let's rethink this. There's something I'm missing here. I'm going to run out of time on this one, but that's okay. We'll just go back over the early solutions quickly.
Oh, no.
Oh, I see. No. I just completely misheard one of the notes there. Yeah, no. I know what I did. And this one, I believe, was actually the first, right? Yes, that's correct. So we'll just pop that. And King Brock says, time's up RJ. I'm not exactly sure which RJ you're referring to. Okay, we know how this one works. Yep, fourth one. So we'll just pop that quickly. Buy ourselves enough time to do the last Mozart segment. Oh yeah, that's right, Over the Hedge. I saw that when it originally released in cinemas, but haven't seen it since. I actually seem to recall I was paid to see it because I was given a review seat, rather a review pass from a newspaper. Yeah, second row here. I believe that's correct, if I heard that correctly. Bemuga, to answer your question, I'm just looking for things that roughly rhyme with viewer levels. Hence to fewer bevels, or to skewered devils, or the pewter rebels, or whatever. I mean, you have to play it a little bit loose with some of those. Yeah, I see what's going on here. It's going to be the third one because it's displayed by displaced rather by an octave. So that's the trick to this one, is that I was looking for a note that was an octave down, but the note blocks that are available in this code entry don't go that low, so I just needed to hit the equivalent pitch one octave up. As long as it's the dominant, 5th degree of the scale, that was going to be the solution. So that's going to be just a tiny little twist at the end with Mozart Part 2. And we have lots of note blocks all over the place, just to make things in a special speed challenge if you're trying to go for something optimal. An exercise in minimalism to close things out as we hit the flag. So thank you for all the submissions that we have had so far, including The Legend of Brockgata from King Brock and Frozen Flight from B Minutes. So let's tag a like on classically cryptic conundrums. Still somewhat far from the record time, which is if not necessarily tight, then definitely one that's going to speed through the solutions, given that we were already doing that with the early segment. And yes, indeed, just in time for the GG. Once again, I really feel like I should give a shout out to the streamer who made this level, because it is somebody I know from Scrabble, actually, who is a word-a-game and music streamer who mainly plays ragtime piano and was also doing a silent film stream earlier today. So do please check out Foundering, who is on fairly regularly and who has some kind of intersection with Mario Maker, which is surprisingly common among some of the totally non-Mario circles in which I travel. But let's get straight into the queue. As usual, we're going to be alternating between next and sub-next, so long as that applies. And the Safety of Men, thank you for fourth and back and forth. First submission today is going to be Taldir requesting the continuation of Team Champ World, which we've been doing one level at a time at Taldir's request. And that'll be a nice way to get some platforming muscles going. Haha, attack me. Team Jam has a very round 14,000 likes, but haha, attack me. Thank you for sending Thwomp Ruins, and we will hopefully attack you soon enough. I don't know if I want to ruin this 14,000 likes right on the dot. This, of course, was just a profile that was set up specifically for the upload of Team Jam World. And I don't recall how far I am, actually. A few levels in, yeah, still in World 1, but near the end of it, after having done the optional level off to the side, so... Let's take a look at World 1 Castle. We'll just be doing this one, and then we'll be getting back to the rest of the queue. So this is going to be Larry, Die, Repeat. Okay, he's going to die, but then where does he repeat? No, we need to hit the on, of course. So this is going to be a bit of a music level in its own way. Okay, just need to be very crisp at getting off the claws. And yeah, need to get on top of that blaster sooner. I think I'm a little bit behind the scroll in terms of losing a bit of speed as I get into that segment, so there are a couple things we can definitely improve. And yeah, Safety of Man, I think the collaborators for this project just had to have their levels created block by block on a single shared account, since unlike Maker 1, we don't have editor access. Okay, still losing a bit of speed there. You do need to have nice quick jumps on top of some of those obstacles as the blasters get sinking. I was losing a bit of time to just kind of dawdling around there. So we need to be a little more ruthlessly efficient about some of these jumps, or rather jumps. Well, that's okay. We'll get that sorted out. Look at how many people just rammed into Larry's face. That's a bit of an overcorrection, but you know, you get the idea. He would have died anyway, but we didn't have to go down with him. But yeah, Safety of Man, a couple of the people involved in Team Jam World are known to me and have been shown off in the stream. Not all of them, but a few of them. Their tag has been pretty popular for a while because a lot of the levels in the Team Jam project are very accessible to people who want some harder platforming that still feels like Mario platforming without drawing on any kind of really big new technical skill set the way that a lot of shell levels do. Whoops. Yeah, that jump has been throwing me off a little bit when I'm kind of poorly estimating how the blaster is going to sink. And I'm losing a lot of time there too, so that's being a bit of an issue. I can usually tell if I'm a little behind my desired scrolling pace Yeah, need a bit of a shorter jump against that Goomba. So yeah, if you go to the profile of the shared creator profile for Team Jamp World, they do credit the makers individually. Although, of course, when I'm playing it in the Super World, I can't see who did what. And they also have, I think, an end credits level at the very end. There's one level in the world that's set up specifically just to be an end credits roll, I seem to recall. I only noticed from having scrolled through the profile briefly, and of course a lot of people have played this ahead of me, because this was very popular among streamers the week that it released. And yeah, Safety of Man, most of Team Jamp is just what we would consider a platforming that is kind of on the slightly more demanding side when it comes to following a linear sequence with a lot of moving parts. Like, it's a very familiar level style as soon as you see it. It didn't really kind of have a name that came together until some people started getting organized with it in Maker 2, but a lot of it is targeted specifically at people who don't want to be doing shell level stuff or need a bit of a break from it in terms of just relying on much more standard platforming technique. And when you do see the levels, I think the style is very recognizable right away. We do need a bit of a higher bounce off the first bomb. I feel like, once again, I'm a little behind pace there if you look at how the bombs were lining up with the markers. And here we go. Oh, King Brock, we can attest to Safety of Man being very safe, so no need to worry about that. I don't think it's even just a matter of being good at the game or bad at the game for Nova. To add to that, I think the thing that makes things like Team Shell and Team Precision distinct is that they call on a very specific kind of skill set that you have to master sort of separately from anything that you might have done in platforming games before. That's, you know, when you're doing things like precision levels, the skill set you're working on is playing a precision level as opposed to any other kind. And so, you know, no matter how good you are at platforming outside of that, a lot of those skills aren't necessarily going to transfer over. And the same thing with a lot of the shell tech, where even if you're a very experienced player of platforming games, a lot of the shell tech is stuff that you do have to learn from scratch, right? So it's not even a matter of them being hard or easy, although a lot of them are very hard. But they're hard because they require you to think about the game in a way that's totally specific to that genre. I need a longer bounce on that, and I keep hanging back a little bit on it in a way that was not smart and has led to a game over. That's okay, we'll get back in and we'll just try to clean that up. Terminator, welcome. And yeah, for Nova, that's very true. That I think that does apply to multiplayer versus as well. Especially with the way that multiplayer versus has kind of turned out in terms of what kind of design principles that follows. Now, I don't really play versus, so most of that I've just picked up from watching other streams of people who are up in S rank, for instance. But I think, you know, Nintendo wouldn't necessarily have predicted that there would be kind of a dominant style of what kind of gets very popularly seeded as a versus level, with a lot of the racing concepts as well as a lot of the steal the key concepts. Because Nintendo just kind of built that sort of upvote, downvote infrastructure for likes and boos that are tracked separately in multiplayer, and I don't think they necessarily knew what kind of metagame was going to emerge out of that. But there definitely is a multiplayer style now in Maker 2 that has become a little bit more concrete than it was when the game launched 2 years ago, so... And yeah, Terminator, looking forward to more Yoshi P-Balloon levels, if that's what we're bound for today. Okay, high jump off this bomb, and that still wasn't enough. I actually need to aim for the back of the first bomb. As people who watch the stream know, I'm not a natural when it comes to aiming for markers. That's just not how I generally think about platforming. I tend to read the actual interactive parts, and reading markers is a bit of a known weakness. Yeah, as you can see, I'm trying to hold back a little bit on the bomb, and that's not correct either. The coins and the P-block markers should probably be trusted, and they're probably something to be trusted simply because going for the bombs themselves doesn't quite work out. Doesn't really get you the distance you want. Does anybody actually recognize this track? Okay. Nope, too early on that jump, but that was actually correct that time. And Taldir, yes, I do play with sound. The sound is generally turned a little bit lower than when I'm just playing off stream, though. So sometimes the local volume, I do miss a few things. Sometimes for things like puzzle levels that have audio clues, I do have to find myself reaching for a headset. And for people who are kind of known music makers as well, if I know I'm in for a lot of music levels, then sometimes I'll get on headset just so I can get a much better picture of the stereo field. Okay. No, that's going to be duck. Okay. Very obviously, in fact, because there's no room to jump. So, Taldir, you do recognize this, okay. Yeah, I recognize it, but I don't think I know it by title either. Nope, a little bit late on that whole sequence there. This music is the Brocada anthem. As in, you sort of declared an independent principality of Brocada and you decided to adopt this music? Or was there some other kind of arrangement that you want to tell us about? Okay, that's going to cart me right through, and that is going to hit checkpoint 1. Yeah, hedging a little bit too much on that jump. I have a key coming out of that, and the key is probably... yeah, it's probably just a bonus key for clearing from the start without checkpoint, which is a concept I generally like. Although, of course, we're not going to demonstrate it here because we only get one crack at clearing the level when we are in the framework of a super world, so need to get on that blaster a little bit faster. And hey, Grikowski, welcome. Grikowski, I hope you are doing well. And okay. That's doing fine. I feel like I'm a little late on catching up with that skull. No, have to go a little bit faster to get over Big Larry here before he gets into that pattern. And so yeah, haha, attack me. The sound that you hear on stream and the sound that I hear are kind of piped through two different channels, so that's why sometimes if sound is dead for you folks, it might take me a bit to notice because sound might still be going locally on my end for my display, so there can be discrepancies. And indeed, the volume is turned a bit low on my end here, even relative to what you folks are hearing. It's basically piped through two different channels. Like, I'm hearing sounds through my local display, but not through my stream broadcast, because my stream broadcast, the video audio lag behind my actual gameplay by a little bit, but enough that I wouldn't be able to play off of it directly, so. There are some people who play directly off their stream broadcast, and I have no idea how to deal with the input lag. there is always going to be some lag just from, you know, CPU processing time for video encoding. So, it's not totally unthinkable that I would just leave volume on for you folks and listen to something else entirely on my side, but that is, as Haha Attack Me discerned, not actually the case. I'm hearing everything just fine. No. As you can see, as soon as the Goomba is below the lava line, it is no longer something that is open to collision, so I do need to be much quicker about getting on it with a shorter jump. Nope. And Grokowski, I guess I wouldn't have seen Safety of Man's comment art on your latest puzzle, because I think I'm at least 1 or 2 behind with you at this stage, since I had been off puzzles for a week or two, and also didn't get through many on the puzzle stream this week. Mostly for execution reasons. We had one puzzle that I was doing, which I think you were here for, at least the start of it, where I solved it about an hour before I actually cleared it, just due to execution mistakes. So that was maybe not the proudest moment for how our puzzle streams go, but I guess for the puzzle streams, my levels per hour rate is getting worse and worse. Simply because I just keep taking on harder stuff. Okay. Much better timing on the Goomba that time. Significantly better. Super World, yeah, we might as well take everything. And what is this? STJ... Oh, Super Team Jump World. Yeah, that's what it is. And yeah, the key, as we noticed, was just for clearing from the very start without checkpoint. You obtain the key before you go through the CP1, so green pipe up above is probably just what spits you out from the bonus room, whatever it is. I guess we're not going to see it. Anyway, thank you for that, Taldir. Let's get to the next submission. Okay, I have to actually mark this. Once again, sometimes I continue Super Worlds, but since this is just a suggested level and not Taldir's own submission, we'll just do it one at a time, and he's welcome to resubmit. Thank you so much for the sub, Grokowski. Always glad to have more resubs from you, and always happy to play your levels as well, so. Let's take a look at sub next. It's going to be B Minutes, and B Minutes has sent me something that we'll find out about very soon. B-Min is very proud of that emote collection. Oh, did I enter that incorrectly? XBF H5R. H5R, there we go. It's funny because, you know, for all that Nintendo does to block things like the I and the O from confusion, the 5 and S inflation is something that catches me constantly. Mr. Electrodude, I don't really see that as being a pickle at all. I mean, I run a rather long queue, so might as well use Supernova's stream as a waiting room or vice versa. Supernova usually does finish ahead of me, though, and he also started ahead of me today. Anyway, this is going to be Frozen Flight, B Minutes tagging a whole bunch of streamers, some of which are familiar to us. And yeah, it seems like a lot of people got a big shout out for this one. Let's fly. And Luftos, thank you for the submission of Derooted Majesty. Reach the goal without taking damage? I see, to avoid any particular exploits. At least you get to touch the ground in this, which is not always the case with Acorn levels. We need to get through the icicles here and here. Nope. That's damage. All of the coins are, of course, just part of the trail before the first key door, so no surprises there. Luckily, we do get a chance to retry certain things. Okay. Plenty of space and headroom, actually. I just did it badly the first time. Okay. Nope, this is probably not going to work out. Yes it is. Yes it is, we know how to do this. Nope. No, we don't. Let's see what's through the door anyway, even though we failed the condition already. Yeah, that's going to be squirrel. Squirrel goes down, and then... Yep, that's just going to be a lot of spike dodging. And Tall Deer, you have to take off. Yeah, thank you for dropping by. Whoops. Let's pay attention. And yeah, Electro Dude, I mean, you can always have the queue list open in the browser tab. If you want to check occasionally how we're doing. Electro Dude, remember that you are going to be in a sub-queue as well, so you're not actually too far back, but you know how long I take sometimes. So, have a good play over at Supernova Stream if yours gets pulled up there first. Okay, let's pay attention. Well, that's not it. Sometimes the squirrel's interactions with certain mechanics like the wall jump throw me off initially until I've had some time to get used to them again. Yeah, first segment is not too demanding in terms of precision. You just need to not completely mess up. Okay, that's fine. Could have gone a bit cleaner perhaps, but I won't complain. Probably want to do like a... I mean, I want to go over to spikes, right? So, nope. Let's rethink this. There's got to be a better way to do that. And I'll just have to figure out the method I prefer. I think wall cling underneath those spikes on that single wall tile underneath the spikes themselves is probably what I want to go for. But we'll go back there and we'll see. Nope. And Furry Nova requested Toad, sorry for being a little behind on that one. But Toad will take over on the next attempt. Yeah, Furry Nova, sorry about missing that earlier. Okay. Will be a very quick change to Toad, though. And Toad makes for a fantastic squirrel. Well, not on that attempt he doesn't, but Toad just needs to get warmed up here. But yeah, Toad just totally rocks the squirrel suit. Let's... For some reason, I have this really bad habit of spinning off of the wall as the squirrel. I don't do that with any of the other characters. I think it's because I'm expecting a boost or something, and I'm forgetting that the spin wall jump takes priority as an input, even though I do it all the time. So, okay. Luckily, we had a second chance on that. Wow. That was not spectacular. Okay. Up we go. Could have gone better, but it's okay. Yeah, it's a little bit of progress, I suppose. No, we haven't actually gotten past this key yet, so let's not get too complacent here. Yeah, but doing that wall cling looks correct. And then maybe doing wall jump like that. Yeah, that's good. That would have been much safer, in fact. Okay, now this is just going to be a flight precision, which we will not do correctly. Let's see if I can check the door. No, it looks like the slopes are placed in such a way that I will not be able to get over to the door without the squirrel suit regardless, so... yeah, I see. I'm trying to boost, and because I'm still making contact with the wall at the time, that's why I keep having that issue. Trying to boost a little too early. When I've already... Sometimes too late, in fact, when I've already made contact with the wall. And I'm expecting that I still have some room to move, and I actually do not. So... Okay. So yeah, it's going to be... Whoa, no, let's not mess up. Like that. Okay, at least that's something that's going to work out consistently. That's not going to work out consistently. Yeah, no, I see. I probably want to do the... I don't think I want to do the post-Z glide down, though. I think that would rob me of a little too much control. Let me just grab this quickly and let me just show you what I'm talking about. No, that's not it. If this level will actually give me some room to show you what I'm talking about. That's not it either. Okay. Yeah, I don't know that I want to descend that way. I don't think it gives me enough horizontal coverage, so... But maybe. We'll consider that if we're having too much trouble with the standard gliding path. But I don't see a place yet where that would actually be preferred. Okay. Here we are. Down we go. Fairly gentle once you get used to it. Okay, actually getting some consistency, and that's a nice thing to have from time to time. Okay. Probably just want to drop this in advance. And there we go. And yeah, I can't quite see where I'm going here, but... Ah, I see. Coin to the left. Yeah, we can do that. Okay. And then probably need to boost to the left. And then boost to the left once again. Nope. That was wrong. Let's see what's through here, though. Let's see how far we are from the end. Propeller. Interesting. Yeah, need to go through here. Yeah, we'll just try to learn it, even though I already failed the clear condition. Nope. Let's just go back. That's why we practice. Looks like you do need to have this kind of height and distance too. The repeller, let's respawn here. New Kakaza, welcome. Thank you for whatever P-Balloon level you sent us this time. Wet Dry Bones Run. Okay. Yeah, you need to boost all the way up and then drift down, so that's how that one's going to work. Here, you need to... I don't know about that, because... Here's the thing about the propeller, is that you can't wall jump out of it. So... Don't know what this is actually going to be about. I don't think you can anyway. You might be able to do something, but let me just try this again, because I will need to practice this as much as I can before I come here for real. So, just jump and propel. You know what? Hyperion Smokestack, thank you for pointing out the obvious. The extremely obvious. Sometimes this game plays tricks on you. I don't know if I want to feed the Muncho. That doesn't look like it would fit his very particular diet. Okay, Pow is going to take care of the Munchers. Not exactly feeding them. And then... that's okay, we just activate before the icicles respawn. That's pretty understandable. Okay. Down and up. Yeah, we can do that. What's going on up here? It's going to be Squirrel. Interesting. I'd probably best take that advice. And just float down gently. You can do it as the propeller, oddly enough. You can do this as a propeller as well, and of course we missed that. So that's sort of interesting, that doing it as a squirrel actually looks optional at the end. Propeller looks perfectly fine. And yeah, Hyperion Smokestack, that's very true about my occasional propensity for tunnel vision over the silliest things. And, yeah, haha, attack me if you've ever played any of the Telltale adventure games. You know, I just had this image of the text flashing at the corner of the screen. The Muncher will remember that. That's not the way. I needed to wall jump first and then go up. Okay. Up we go. And forward. And backward. Whoops. Okay. You know, King Brock, didn't you request last time you were here on the stream that we keep a couple of donuts in reserve for you? I think nobody actually touched the donuts, so... if you want to dig into that stash after all this time, have at it. Davey Man, Super Gilmore World was excellent. The only sticking point was that one boss that I was stuck on for about an hour. That was literally a quarter of the entire run, that single boss. But everything in the special world went quite well. So yeah, highly recommended for people who like Super Worlds with kind of 1 to 5% platforming. And yeah, that boss had drained a lot of batteries. I think multiple people reported having to switch devices. Anyway, I certainly admire your commitment as viewers to seeing if I could stick it through with something like that. And yeah, Safety of Men, I think you would like Gilmore's level design quite a lot. Tons of vertical space all over that super world, in fact. Tons of verticality in general, just lots of huge climbs all over the place that really use a lot of the play space in a way that I think you'll find satisfying. So, okay, let's actually concentrate here and A golf Mario level? That would actually be an interesting concept. I know you're just raising that in relation to Happy Gilmore, but given that Mario Golf is such a constant presence, and indeed that Mario Golf is receiving a new game in June, I believe. I would expect some Mario Golf concept levels from time to time. Somebody's going to do it. Okay, propeller time, if I'm not mistaken. Ah, no. One more segment here to not choke on. Okay, this was where we got into trouble last time, so let's be careful with the snow pokey. I was hoping to actually jump on top of it. But instead, we'll just barely miss that spike. And propeller, there we go. Okay, all of this stuff I think we kind of roughly know how to do. Let's just be careful. And not hit our head against a muncher. That would be fairly important. You see, no problem whatsoever with not feeding the muncher. We got away with it just fine. Okay. Through we go. Okay, now we just avoid choking. Gonna hit that peaceful music twice. Sure, let's do the propeller route, actually. So we can spin our way down. No, we'll just ground pound our way down, never mind. I was thinking about the spin that happens when you spin and then drill. We will not get it that time. Let's see if we can hit the top of the flag. So, thank you for that, B-Minutes. And yeah, haha, attack me. I mean, I haven't really thought very carefully about the theory behind how you could implement a golf-like clear condition with tossing snowballs into a particular location, perhaps. I'm sure it can be done, actually, just with a bit of seesaw logic or some other kind of gravity-based trigger. I marked that as a win, and we will be pulling up next. Thank you for all the GGs, and particularly the copious use of the new GG emote that we got in just a little over a week ago. And for Nova, you need to update Twitch, okay? Hopefully you manage to come back on the other side of whatever they have done to your software. King Brock. Let's take a look at the Legend of Brockla or something like that. Let's see what this was. Did I see Toad get zapped out of existence? I don't think I did, but that's because he was zapped out of existence. Welcome to Prakata. We heard the national anthem a little earlier, of course. A kingdom in which you hope doesn't get blown up. Okay. 24%-ish. 43 seconds. Let's see what this is all about. Okay. Nothing too crazy so far, and something that looks roughly Mario-like. Yeah, kind of like a sort of gentle variant on many of the spatial concepts in 1-1. We'll just grab all the bonuses we can. Naturally, I'm going to check this. I mean, all the background art is pointing very conspicuously towards it as well, so... Oh, that looks familiar. Okay, let's tap this. Let's move on. Whoop. What's up with the fish bones and blocks lately? We saw a lot of them yesterday, too, when I was playing the Super World. I think Super Mario 35 has gotten me into the habit of just stalling and kicking everything. Interesting. Interesting. Let's see. First of all, what I potentially missed, and second, if we can respawn the flying Koopa Troopa. No, we'll just go through and see if I can go back up to buy. I'm very curious. Possibly I need to double back for it. But no, we just need to let this guy bounce up. That's exactly how to do it. Okay, now let's not die and lose the key as we hit checkpoint. Okay, going to be in a bit of a giant land here. Koopa Shell is going to break everything, so yeah, we'll do that. Why not? Keep pace with it. Okay, all it does is drop off that location, though. I'm not going to follow it down. That would look unwise. This looks like a fake flag and a fake castle, which is very misleading. And despite everything the title text, the description text rather, promised, this is totally going to blow up. Okay. Just die, he says. Going to be some kind of off-screen... no, not even an off-screen timer, just a standard P timer. Okay, and I guess this will probably be matched at 50 coin, but... just a bit of a gentle bonus for people who survived all the way with the coins from earlier. And here's classic SMB finish, except with a parachute for some reason. Sure, we'll take that, and then Toad is going to very stylishly hop over to Spike. So yeah, thank you for that, King Brock. A key for the coin? Well, I mean, I think it's one of those things that where the point of the coin is just to acknowledge that you carried the key. I'm fine with that. Let's pull up sub next. Safety of man. Let me just scroll up and chat quickly in case I missed anything particularly critical, but I don't think I did, since the Mario Golf conversation earlier. Anyway, here's a fourth and back and forth. As with many of Safety of Man's recent levels, it is going to be a 100 coin collection air condition level, where we'll probably look around for some optional stuff to do. Ah yes, it says red pipe's optional, so protect bricks, collect 100 coins, and hang on to your helmets. And yes, Nugukaza, we did clear the world. After I got through the boss that was giving me so much trouble, everything in the final special world actually came together very quickly. Okay, Thwomp is just going to do a bit of thwomping, no way to get over it, so We'll just take a shell. And we'll just dodge that strategically. We will totally fail to carry the shell any further forward because I'm going to check the red pipe. Okay, Thwomp is going to go down and hit some stuff. Looks like the idea here is to pink coins, so... P is going to send the Thwomps crashing down through the hard blocks, but why do we need to P? Thwomp's going to crash down anyway. Okay, sure, we'll take that. Okay, I'm not exactly sure I see the point of the P-switch. I guess that's because I was able to defend myself with the helmet. Anyway, I'm going to go back and grab that shell. Okay, no, let's not shell jump in this totally traditional 100 coin collection level. Doesn't actually get me anything, of course. I was just kind of curious if I could do it at a moment's notice, and the answer is no. Okay, Thwomp's going to go down and try to smack all this as well. I can, theoretically, take a damage boost and get on top of the Thwomp, but that wouldn't get me anywhere. Big track up there, though. That's going to do something. Going to be some kind of magic track ride later on. Interesting P-switch placement over there, too, which... You know, I can take the Thwomp all the way up here, but it's not going to do anything else for me until the bricks get eliminated, so... Could be something P-switch related. Nope, let's grab that. Oh, whoop. That could have gone badly. Yeah, it looks like there will be some kind of repeat that uses a P-switch. I see that that pipe prevents me from lodging the Thwomp up on that location. So. And Fury Nova, apparently Twitch's new version says your live channels, okay. Interesting. I guess if you're on the mobile app in one OS or another. Oh, we should have grabbed that, oh well. Should be paying attention. I don't want to hit the P yet. I see, it's going to be a fast skull ride after the P-switch activation. I'm not going to do that yet until we have taken a look at this thing here. And defended all this from the Thwomp. Spare shell is really just there as a spare helmet, I think. Nope, we're going to lose a bunch of coins there. Okay, I wanted to hit some of these. We'll hit one of these. Interestingly enough, if we respawn later on, this will be activated from its initial position. Often a very interesting puzzle mechanic to use flying blocks in that way. No up throw here, unfortunately, so we'll just make this back up. Oh, I've been taking my sweet time, and... Hey, let's check this. Obviously. Whoops. Okay. 70 seconds or so. We've only seen 2 of the red pipes so far, so... whoops, that was a mistake. Okay, that could have gone better. That was supposed to take me somewhere. Right, because I was supposed to reactivate the P here. And then that would take me further. But where? Skulls would eventually Oh, probably head upward and take me up to the upper track, I see. Or would they? Anyway, this is going to be pretty much a failed attempt, so let's just start over since it is a clear condition level that is just going to do its thing. I don't believe that actually getting the 100 coins is going to be too much of a concern under this time limit, but... Nope. But yeah, let's get the pink coins and ride the skulls over here. I still don't really see what this is about. This P here. Oh, it just gives you extra coins. It gives you an incentive to keep a lot of those bricks alive with the Shelmet if you can by deflecting with ones. And yeah, Gurkowski, too bad we can't stay... Or rather, too bad you can't stay long enough to see that entry. We'll have to catch it at another point, but you know where to find me. So have a good sleep. We'll eventually try to run at a more reasonable time for people in NA. At least once a week, but don't know how soon I can make that happen. Yeah, these guys, they just respawn. And yeah, Hyperion, as far as 100 coin hunts go, we've seen a lot of these from Safety of Man lately. We might as well let the swamp come down and... Whoops. There we go, that did not go too badly. Ah, right, okay, so Keydor gives you the final red pipe, I think. Might as well actually get the mushroom for once. Yeah, as you can see, with a level like this, it has a much vaster use of space than a lot of other creations would, just given... Whoops. Yeah, sure, we'll put that on. We're going to lose all of those. Unfortunately, lose access to that as well. Okay. Now, most things would be just totally destroyed going into the pipe again, but I kind of want to see if this is doable. I have no helmet, though, so this is going to be not ideal. Okay, no, that's not going to work at all. It's going to get busted down. Oh, we actually do have a helmet. Probably should have gone for that in the first place, but now everything is absolutely destroyed, so whoops. Well, so much for the coin road. Okay. E-switch remains active here. Ah, I see. That's what happens. Okay. Did not expect that. Let's see if we can do this challenge over here any better before we do the next part of the ride. Okay, I think the idea is to do a shell deflection through the correct slot. Oh, okay, so this was also why you were asking about pachinko machines. And yeah, that was actually correct, which... Nice concept. Nice concept. Okay, since we get repeated shells here, I do want to try one thing. Okay, that's not going to work. Not enough space, but... There you are. Anybody who wants to speedrun this, that's how to do it. Actually, no, even this should work. If I really wanted to try to cheese it a little bit. Should work on every one of these, actually. Yeah, it's going to consistently work. It's going to be much easier than the shell jump method. $86, okay. Yeah, a lot of these bonus rooms have been pretty good ideas. I really like the flying block one, even though I failed at it miserably the second time. I should remember that I actually do need to hit the clear condition. Haven't been paying nearly enough attention to coins. Okay, nice finish there. Very well timed. We are, of course, going to miss this. We know it leads to another red pipe, which leads to some kind of bonus room. And sure, let's just check down here. And not die. Okay, didn't quite get to see absolutely everything, like we normally would, but at least I did clear that other one once to prove that I could do it, just not all in the same segment, so. Look at that 2:23 time. Looks like that would be quite something to chase. Probably quite doable, though. I mean, plenty of opportunities to collect coins even just on the main path that you zip over all the skull platforms right away. Okay, let's mark that as a win. And yeah, safety of men, it's not too bad to have the cheesy method on the pachinko machine in case people don't particularly want to go through the loop multiple times. And Hyperion Smokestack, thank you for the lurk. Let's take a look at what is next. Okay, haha, attack me. Thank you for your patience. We'll take a look at whatever lies on the other side of SN1. 88L B 6G. Yeah, safety of man, I can see what you're saying in the first red pipe in terms of the way that the skulls are gated. I think with the second skull ride, if you kind of fall off or miss or accidentally cling onto a vine or something, it can be difficult to see how you could salvage the attempt, and actually if you can salvage it at all. Apart from just resetting through one of the other pipes, I guess. Anyway, thank you, Aha Attack Me, for sending me Thwomp Ruins and for offering me first clear. Let's see if we can make a reasonable crack at it. Honestly, safety of man, I was more worried about accidentally clinging on to vines more than anything when it came to the skull ride on the bottom. Okay. Nope. Should have just gone down immediately. Kind of hesitated there and backed out of my original decision. I kind of wanted to spin jump on this guy, in fact, I just missed. This is going to be down Thwomp for sure. Nope. Once again, hesitated a bit when I saw the Thwomp, and really do need to commit to the jumps I want to do, instead of backing out of them at the last moment. Okay, let's not do that. This stuff is not hard to deal with, I'm just being very careless today. In general, the placement is actually kind of nice in terms of giving the player just enough safety zones to work with. I do need to pay attention, of course. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, the diagonal there can be pretty rough. Probably just spin jump on top of that guy, to be honest. With that one tile gap. It's a lot of the diagonal cannon shots that Can throw me off from time to time when it comes to spacing. Okay, here we are. But yeah, there are definitely some locations that you can use to, you know, plan out your motions properly. But what you can't do is back out of your plan halfway. There just isn't going to be the flexibility to do that when it comes to all the stuff that can kill you on screen. No, wanted to go for the wall jump there, and I just didn't get the angle I wanted. I was trying to go over that cannon shot and get into a wall jump immediately. That didn't quite go. Whoops. Yeah, Luftos, we have taken many cannonballs to the face today. Really surprising that we have much of a face left after all that punishment. But it's Toad, everything just going to bounce right off of him. Okay. Nope, don't like that timing. Nope, don't like that timing either. Yeah, when they're synchronized like that, that's going to be an interesting cannon time to work around. I'm not worried about the thwomp at all, but the cannonball timing there is going to be somewhat tightly spaced. There is a very particular timing that I'll need in order to get up there safely. As you can see, sometimes the cannonball synchronization is pretty dependent on when I'm scrolling them in within that 3-tile boundary of the camera. And so there can be a bit of variance in this level sometimes, depending on how fast I'm going horizontally. That you can have some cannon shot patterns that really do not work out. Just depending on spawn position. I mean, in general, the level is flexible enough that you can dodge all of that still, but it does mean that I have to play reactively to what the camera is doing every time if I'm not being totally consistent with myself. Okay. Nope, wanted to duck down there and I just missed. Okay. I can just spin jump over that thwomp right away. No, I wouldn't be able to get through the one-tile gap, though. Okay, you see, much more convenient pattern this time. I didn't jump out of it correctly, but when the cannon shots were totally synchronized the last time I got there, that was a massive problem. If I go without stopping, it might line up perfectly. Yeah, it's one of those things that looks like it might be that way, if that's just how it was tested. But I'm not going to be able to replicate that 100% anyway, though. So I'd rather just plan. Even if I do have to play a little reactively every time. Oh, the shots are pretty close together this time. Nope. Okay. Now let's just see what we can do here. And yeah, shots are totally synchronized this time, and I will make it over, but I really do need to probably ground pound out of that to cut off my horizontal momentum before I hit that thwomp. Because wall jumping too far is becoming a bit of a problem. It's good to know that I can get through that safely, even when the cannon shots are synchronized now. This time they're not synchronized at all. Okay. Okay, that's going fine. I just need to get on to this now. And wait for a shot. Okay. Now let's play this one carefully until we can get to that safety location. Oh, whoa, no, too many adjustments. I have a really bad habit of doing adjustment jumps. Because, of course, you know, when you're playing a lot of normal platformers, official Nintendo platformers, that does save you all the time, and so this becomes a natural part of your skill set. In Mario Maker, that can kill you a lot. Nope. Nova's going to play through Electrojuice levels on Sunday. Okay. Looking forward to that. Right, because he got through a pretty substantial chunk of your list last time, I believe. It's going to be funny when Supernova just gets through Subterranean Spike Ball saving in one sitting, after I've been slaving away at it for hours and hours. But you see, he actually knows how to play shells. Like, he doesn't talk about it much because he doesn't build shell levels, but he's legitimately good at that stuff. Okay. Nope. Terrible positioning that time. Let's just wait for the thwomp once again. And go. Okay. Nope. Not the right method that time. Oh yeah, he actually did go straight for your hardest one, the one I haven't even taken a look at. Super Sparky. Yeah, Terminator, looks like you're going to be coming up pretty soon. Glad you've been able to stick around. Yeah, this level is totally doable, it's just that you need to exercise some caution. And yeah, Luftos, maybe I should give that at least one try, like trying to just go fast. Just to see how it works. We'll see if it does anything cleanly. Like, just go, go, go. Well, you look at that. Nope, that's going to be a problem here, though. I do need to dodge, although it gets through the early segments really well. Nope. And we have to stop. Okay, so much for that. I mean, at least it gets us back here faster, which, you know, we'll take it for as long as we're able to. But I guess you're probably right that there is a fast pattern that just works very cleanly. And yeah, that's very true, that we were definitely told to go balls to the wall. I was kind of thinking about that a segment at a time, rather. I don't know, though. I find that, and just from a playtesting perspective, if I'm not under something like a tight time limit, I am going to take my time to try to do it safely. And it had mostly been working out, even with some of the synchronization issues that come from setting your own pace. And yeah, I thought what you meant was that you have to be decisive with your jumps. That's how I interpreted it, and so... Either way, though, at least Fast Method does get you through some of the early stuff pretty neatly, so... Never know about the synchronization on this guy here. Oh. it's never going to be quite the same until I see it, so... Okay. Adjust. Okay. Not the safest method, but it works. Okay. Stand a little to the left so we can get this shot. Nope. Nope. Okay, that was close. Okay. Okay, this is a safe position. I'm not going to bother with a 30 coin. This pattern here actually looks pretty clean. Oh, should have committed to that. I wasn't really watching where the destination was going to be after that, so... It was actually going to go quite well. There was a good pattern, so I guess... You know, that particular segment was all just scrolled in at once. During one of the dashes just a little bit earlier. Nope. And yeah, it definitely feels speedrun friendly in the early segment anyway. Afterwards we can run into a few difficulties, but nope. Yeah, when I'm going from the left side like this, yeah, just had to be very quick about that. Okay. Some close calls all over the place here. Nice little safety slot there. Okay. Let's watch pattern closely. Yeah, this is going to look pretty clean. Yeah, at this point in the camera, I couldn't see what was actually going on after the thwomps, so... no. Oh, yes, okay. Nope. Let's get over here, and... That was a bit of a thrill. Whoops, wasn't watching the cannonballs to the right, so... Okay. Once again. Let's get over here quickly. Yep, quick wall jumps will beat away. Totally missed the ball. Actually, Luftos, when it comes to cannonballs that need a particular synchronization, some of that is solved by just having certain passages where the player will reliably go left to right at a certain speed. So that would be like every full jump that goes left to right, for instance, or everything that is a forced dashing segment where the thwomp chases you or something. Like, there are going to be particular segments where, as a creator, you can have a very subtle level of control over things that spawn in at once. So, for example, with the series of cannons that are kind of firing in a bit of a sandwich all in a row before the double thwomp and the jump to the platform after that, at that stage in a level, that's been reliable so far, because it seems like whatever location is spawning that in is one of the really consistent ones. So, I don't think it's something that actually needs much resetting, because you can still get through this safely reactively. Like, it's not particularly tight or timing dependent. It's just that some timings are going to be a little more difficult than others. And that's just the nature of a stop and go level like this, right? That you don't have that kind of issue anyway if it's a level that really enforces a particular kind of speed. But even in a sort of stop and go design, you will have some segments that have a reliable tempo to them. just because that would be how you get over the obstacle. Okay, this pattern is going to be particularly bad, I think. Whoops. Yeah. Yeah, when the left cannonball is kind of halfway down like that, and doesn't quite give me the space to jump over one of the cannonballs. That pattern is going to be probably the hardest one to work with. So. We'll see how that works. Yeah, the platforming is pretty nice so far. I find that mostly, despite some of the synchronization differences, that I am dying to my own mistakes and that they are avoidable. That one set of 2 cannons that I occasionally have trouble with, like that column has felt a little worse than the rest of what goes around it, but other than that, you know, I think most things I can play around. Like this one here, if they're kind of packed together like that, you do crisp wall jumps. But that one tends to be one of the segments I'm most worried about. Most other things feel like they're totally within my control. And that if there is some kind of timing difference, I can play around it. So. Okay. Yeah, this, the spacing here is actually kind of nice if I play around it accurately. That's pretty much the maximal spacing that you'll get from those two. Okay. Let's see here. And you know, when I'm saying that you have to play reactively to a level like this, I definitely don't mean that as a bad thing necessarily. And indeed, it's kind of a rarity in Mario Maker where a lot of levels that try to be difficult are often too strictly scripted and don't require much thinking or planning. This arrangement I'm going to have trouble with, I think. Yeah, this one is still the hardest segment in the level that I've seen so far. Because now the cannonball to the right is just going to be a little bit low for me every time. Okay. I think sometimes when I see something like that, I do have to reroll. So that segment, I really do think is a bit of a problem, but none of the other places have given me similar trouble with the cannons just yet. Like, a lot of this I can just play around, but this here, okay, at least left side is lower this time, which is nice because it means I can follow a very natural curve. When the right side is slightly lower, like in the previous attempt, that's something I don't really have a good method for. Okay. We'll jump on the second one here. Okay. Nope. Thought I could get ahead of that, and that was not the case. Okay. Luftos, I'll catch up on what you said about the stream jank in just one moment when I have a safe location to read that from. But... nope, no. That's messy. Yeah, like the screen scroll is only going to be a problem if you have segments that feel like they're not actually... like, feel like they get you into arrangements that don't actually look beatable. And like I said, I've only seemed to have that problem with this one segment here, and part of that might just be I sometimes do have a pattern and I just don't see it, but like that particular jump there, I mean, that was an avoidable death for sure. Just need to be careful in terms of stopping before the thwomp. Okay. And thanks to the patience of those in queue, I got through some of the early ones quickly today, so I don't mind spending a little bit longer on this level. Since we are progressing from time to time, and first clear was available. I don't know if any of you have beaten me to it yet, as you might. Nope. Really should ground pound out of that instead of trying to twirl to reposition. That always feels like a little bit of a threat, even when I do make it over. Oh, whoops. Pulled back a bit too much. Do people in Europe still say spat facts like they do in America? Not since the demise of facsimile machines, I think. No, I know what you're getting at, but... Okay, here we go. Honestly, internet lingo has made so many different national variants of English just kind of blend together. Yeah, this pattern does not look great. When the right side is slightly lowered like that, I don't know what I can do about it. I feel like if I had a bit of headroom on the right side there, where... If the right side of the thwomp wasn't a total trap, then you could get around that by approaching that double cannon column from the right and kind of following the curvature of where the cannonballs are going in terms of how they're restricting your space. Okay, whoops. Was trying to twirl down there, and then instead I just hit the floor and jumped, which was not the intended sequence at all. Okay. Okay, this is a better pattern to work with, I think. This is not too bad. Once again, I really do need to plan around that thwomp placement there. I think the idea is that you're supposed to go over the thwomp completely and just jump out of its way, rather than trying to stall before it. But I feel like I have more control over stalling before it. Or, instead of doing that, you can just do a spin wall jump. And that's probably better straight up, because then at least I can land on that without trouble. So maybe I should just spin jump out of the wall there. No, or you can do that. That works too. Okay. Here we go. Okay, that was not the best way to go. You like to imagine that I use a lot of slang off stream. Yeah, well, I mean, it depends on what kind of regional lingo you want to imagine, but you can just hear it in your head in my voice, and I'm sure it'll be something quite spectacular. Whoops. Okay, here we are. That could have gone badly. Okay. Just barely got out of the way there. Let's not get shot. Yeah, this is almost a good pattern. But we made it. Yeah, we need to trigger this guy. Those other cannons are still kind of there. As long as I drop in right away, I should be fine. No. Not a good drop angle there. I feel like I would have done that, but once again, that was a little bit of a mistake in my timing as well, so I'm sort of thinking about that because, you know, those cannon shots are spawning on the same column, right? But there seemed to be a bit of irregularity there as well in terms of when they were starting to fire. I think he means Sakurai. He just mistyped. As in Masahiro Sakurai, designer of Smash Brothers. And so many other delights like Meteos. I actually think in raw game design terms that Meteos is probably still Sakurai's best game. Haha, attack me. You're not thinking of the guy who made Mario. That would be Shigeru Miyamoto. But yeah, Masahiro Sakurai is a pretty particular designer, though, so I think your point is definitely well taken. But no, I always appreciate people who are giving level feedback and suggestions in chat. I mean, you know, that's part of the playtesting experience. You're not just getting a perspective from me, but also from all the people who are backseating. Whoops. Oh boy, no. Yeah, that last one there didn't scroll in at a very opportune timing that time. But okay, I should actually check how long I've been on this one. I don't mind continuing it, but I also don't want to hold up too many people in the queue, so let me just see how I've been doing. I've been on this for about half an hour. Yeah, we'll give it a few more attempts. If I don't get the clear at this sitting, you are quite welcome to resubmit it, especially because first clear is still open. I'm sure somebody will grab it by the time I next see it. But I have a lot of deaths to consistency issues with very specific locations here. And oh, that was surprisingly safe. Yeah, I didn't like that spacing. Feels like sometimes I do have to just draw a good spacing on that segment. Whoops. And if you roughly spawn them in together, then, like, if you have a lot of forward momentum and roughly spawn them in together, then at least you get that parallel position from them. Problem is when I stall like that. Oops. Okay, see? Nice parallel position. Okay. That's probably the way to do it, just faster overall in the first segment, just to get a nice, consistent scroll on those guys. I feel like I do want to spin jump over this guy and not die to the spike. And Rosar78, welcome back. And yeah, I don't know which raid you came in with the last time you were here, but it's good to have you back here regardless. And yeah, we have lots of interactions with Italian makers and streamers, so no worries whatsoever about your English. You might as well teach us some Italian. And okay. Nope. That almost was fine. So, haha, attack me. That's exactly what I meant earlier about a lot of different national Englishes kind of blending together because of internet lingo, that you can have people from Italy who pick up Howdy, although I guess they always did anyway, because Italy was the country known for the spaghetti western and for really kind of doing the western in a more stylized fashion than the Americans themselves. Such that when I think of the Old West, I often just visualize the landscapes that Sergio Leone was filming in the Italian desert. Whoop. And yeah, Momuga, I've definitely heard that before, that I do really kind of have my own playstyle in some ways, and so it makes for an interesting diversity of opinions, I guess, when it comes to Mario design and also just how people play through things. What they visualize, what they miss. Oh, this is not going to go well. Let's get back over here. Hey, gotta go now. So yeah, from my progress so far, I'm unlikely to finish on this sitting, but once again, you're very welcome to resubmit. And whether you're intending to do any revisions or not, at least we might have given you some interesting playtesting information. Okay, let's watch the pattern. Yeah, you see the last one here is going to be a little bit laggard. That's okay, we just need to play around it if we see it. Okay. Yeah, as you can see, slightly different cannon timing just from the way they're scrolling together. So if we just kind of walk forward at a very constant pace and scroll both of them onto the screen at the same time if we can, and we get nice synchronized shots that we totally failed to dodge. So okay, I'm having fun with it so far, but we will need another sitting. I am going to look at the main screen to see how far we were, even though that's going to totally spoil the pace of it for myself here. And yeah, so Big Thwomp is actually just at about the halfway point, where we were dying just now, and we were through most of that. And Momuga, we will cash in 87 in just a moment. We seem to get 87 from time to time as a fairly frequent request. So it's one that I think a couple of viewers here will be familiar with, but we'll bring it up in just one moment. So yeah, just lots of dodging. I think the thing about a level like this is that because of its length, and because it's based on the clear condition... Is it based on clear condition? No, not a clear condition, sorry, I misspoke. But because it's just based on, you know, clearing a lot of stuff continuously, that's... When you have levels that are constructed like that, I think you do want as much consistency as possible. Or at least have the inconsistencies be something that you can play around well. And so that's why, you know, that particular double cannon bit that I was tripping over was not too... like, it felt like a little bit like a low point, because the longer you make your level, and I really do like long levels, but the longer you make your level, the more you want the player to be able to master things with a pattern that they can go with on a very, very reliable basis. And so those two things, like the inconsistency and the length, do kind of clash with each other a bit. But I enjoyed it, and I'd be happy to go back to it at some point. Let's cash in Momuga's request before we bring in the next level. So next one is going to be a sub next, I believe. And before I punch that in, we'll do a quick reading. So. Number 87, as requested by Momuga. Farewell. Thou art too dear for my possessing, and like enough thou knowest thy estimate. The charter of thy worth gives thee releasing. My bonds in thee are all determinate. For how do I hold thee but by thy granting? And for that riches where is my deserving? The cause of this fair gift in me is wanting, and so my patent back again is swerving. Thyself thou gavest, thy own worth then not knowing, or me to whom thou gavest it, else mistaking. So thy great gift, upon misprision growing, comes home again on better judgment making. Thus if I had thee as a dream doth flatter, in sleep a king, but waking no such matter. Hyperion Smokestack, you posted that video in Discord and I still haven't actually caught up on it. Because I had not checked into like anything at all between yesterday's stream and today's. But I will have to catch up on that, and I'm sure given that you introduced me to Marble Racing Commentary last time around that you had something particularly interesting in store. Let's take a look at Terminator. 8897RYYPG. Can I do some ASMR? Another Super Metroid remake? Certainly. Okay, Yoshi's P-Balloon Spectacle 4. The notorious cheater Yoshi has challenged Mario to a race. Who will win? Nobody wins. I actually don't know how I hadn't thought of that before. You know, ASMR as another Super Metroid remake, given that like there's a very similar acronym for the Metroid 2 Community remake hack that was done before the release of Samus Returns. And it was something that received Nintendo takedowns, I think, but it's still circulated. I think it was just called another Metroid 2 remake. Okay, so yeah, we don't want to get hit by the flower. We want to just dodge that. I don't know if I'm going slow, though. B minutes, what do I do about the sus word that I assume you mean the one that's in Sonnet number 1, and that sounds very much like a very offensive word in American English, but is not. I just make sure I enunciate it clearly, so there is not too much confusion. But B minutes, I think I know exactly what you mean. No, I'm going too slow. I do need to hit... And I guess Yoshi was already off screen, so at that point, nothing doing there. Yoshi does play a little bit dirty here. So. Yeah, Electrocute, I really do have to put in those rewards, as I was saying. But we only recently started updating some stuff on the channel side, like with the new GG emote. I just need to fly over some of that stuff, I think. Except, then what do I do with the bomb? The bomb, I think I just need Yoshi to be on screen to dump a muncher on top of it, but... And yeah, Terminator, I am holding it the whole way. I'm just probably not positioned very well. And here I'm just thinking that Nugukaza submitted a level here earlier and is probably still here and is probably looking at this and thinking, you know, oh, that's not how you fly with a P-Balloon. You can beat all of this easily. Yeah, Electrocute, you have 71k channel points you want to use. I don't know if I'm going to price anything that luxuriously, but I'll consider that if I want to put in something specific. There we go. Alright, we just, whoops, need to dodge the corners here. Okay, no, I just need to position myself closer to the note blocks and... Yeah, it does come as a bit of a surprise because I don't know how I'm supposed to see any of that coming, but... Maybe the vine is an important visual clue here. I think the vine actually is an important visual clue here. It's, oh, except that doesn't help me with the fire flower here. So I just need a slightly better position to dodge that, so... Recording your voicemail message, that might be interesting. If any of you actually use voicemail, I mean... Just see so much done with text messages these days, it seems like voicemail is... something we hardly ever even check. And Roser78, glad you made it over to the PC. Somebody else earlier was just saying they were updating their mobile Twitch app as well, so... Battery death does happen when I'm streaming. Thankfully it doesn't happen to my controllers anymore. Last year when I was streaming some Mario Maker, we did actually have some controller swaps due to forgetting to charge things, but try to be a bit more diligent about that. Let me type that in, haha, attack me. I think you're looking for the word paisano. I'm not running my define bot here like I do in the Scrabble streams, but I really would have liked to put that in. What happened here? Ah, yes, okay. But yeah, you'll just have to think of Captain Lou Albano in his Mario costume saying, hey, paisano, it's the Super Mario Super Show. I can't do the accents, unfortunately. Okay. Let's try this again. Okay, no, we need to... I don't know if I want to go over the flower or fully under. I think maybe if I go fully under the red block, that's going to be totally safe without losing speed. Maybe. I mean, I do need to maintain full horizontal speed the whole time, it's just... Yeah, and Mr. Electrodude, I'm glad we were thinking the same thing. And moreover that you had any kind of exposure to the Super Mario Super Show at all in the Netherlands. That's not necessarily something I would have guessed. Whoops. No, looks like I would probably need to weave my way over that. Haha, attack me. You bring up that line to people and nobody knows what you're talking about? I guess it depends well, first of all, on how old they were. Like, if they were kind of around for what Super Mario tie-ins were like pre-Super Mario World. It was a very interesting time. Now, I know Electrodude isn't old enough to have been around for that originally, so it's kind of nice that even people who came well after the Super Mario Super Show have still caught up on it, and so... You did watch the SMB3 series at the time. Hyperion Smokestack, I also watched the 1993 film in the cinema. I have not looked at it since. I kind of want to revisit it, actually. Partly because, you know, I tend to be a bit of an iconoclast about cinema sometimes. And for all I know, I might actually have some kind of special appreciation for it. Because now that I sort of think back to it, I mean, it sort of is a notorious mess of a film, but it's a notorious mess of a film in a way that I think is at least artistically trying something. And that it's the kind of thing, it's the sort of notoriously bad film that would probably benefit from an open mind. Did I try going under that flower? Yes, I have, and Flower in Italian is fiore. Good to know. If we need to shop for flowers. Whoops. Well, I'm glad that, you know, people who have been catching up to some of that old stuff have managed to find it in the age of so much streaming media that is available. You could be watching so much stuff with your time and resources, and yet chosen the dulcet tones of Link saying, "Excuse me, princess." And yeah, Rosar78, I'm glad you've verified that my pronunciation is okay. You know, back when I was first starting up on Twitch, I sort of had this ambition at the back of my mind to be doing, like, bilingual language learning streams. Because I've had this ambition for a long time to play through Breath of the Wild Master Mode entirely in French. And I have enough literacy in French that I could do it, but I probably could not do very good stream commentary on a bilingual basis, because, like, you don't have a conversation partner, right? Like, it's very different when you're just talking by yourself, but I've definitely seen a lot of streamers, though, who, you know, stream in English as their second language and have taken that as an opportunity to really work on their English. And so I think as a concept, it's pretty sound. Like, using a stream for language learning and just to get into the habit of talking to people and reading lots of text in a game. Does anyone remember Captain N, the Game Master? Hearing about it yet, but yes, but not really firsthand. I actually never saw the film with Fred Savage that was to tie into Super Mario 3 either, The Wizard, which was actually kind of the big screen debut of Super Mario 3 and a huge run-up of hype leading up to it. And that was just a little before my time. Thank you for the follow. Oh, yeah, let's go under that one. Let's go under the fiore. And Haha Attack Me, thank you once again for dropping by and staying for so long on what must be Central Time. And yeah, even though we didn't score first clear on your level, I hope that was a useful series of attempts when it came to showing you how it was going. Yeah, let's go under. Under, no, over. Okay. I have to pay a bit more attention because some things here are a little bit memory dependent, where I don't know that I would have been able to react in the blind, but we'll see. And yeah, Safety of Man is going to be interesting to see what happens with the animated films that are coming down the pipeline from Illumination Entertainment, because now, as you were saying, the sort of in-house style for Nintendo licensing is significantly more standardized, and so whatever's going to happen with those films is going to be much more on model, so to speak, than what was seen from Nintendo tie-ins in the past. And I'm not sure how that's going to go. Whoops, a little bit slow here. Okay. Let's go over. After just about one-shotting part 3 of the Yoshi series, I guess I was due to be punished by this thing here. Rosar, gosh, I swear if you see one minion in Super Mario movie... having actually played Doki Doki Literature Club, which is not to be confused with Doki Doki Panic, I would not recommend doing that. But your sentiment is well taken. You can eat a pea balloon before you dismount. I trust Nugukaza's expertise on this. I feel like Nugukaza eats pea balloons for breakfast. And lunch and dinner. It's a very steady diet. Whoops, bumped that wall there. And Natcat, I'd forgotten that you actually had some Italian. I feel like that had come up previously in some stream. Okay, down. Okay. No, we need to stay low and then go over the third flower at the end. I believe that's how it's going to go. Okay. It feels like I lost a little bit of distance here. Nope, just got squished. Oh, now I see what you mean about eating a pea balloon before you dismount. Yeah, I actually had tried that previously in some of Terminator's other levels in this series, in terms of just giving Yoshi the pea balloon early. And I didn't bother trying that this time, Nugukaza, because I think I was conditioned by the previous levels to not expect that to do anything. Given that you just need Yoshi to run to a certain position. And Rosar78, I'm just going to hear that as you saying parenthetically, "Guys, we are talking pizza pasta language, don't worry." Or something to that effect. It reminds me of this old joke. Now, I'm not very good at telling jokes, especially when I'm playing levels, but let's see if I can actually do it. So there's an English soldier and a French soldier and an Italian soldier who were all captured by the enemy and subjected to just the most intense torture. And, you know, they're all kind of trained to resist this sort of thing because they're all involved in various special operations, like in this international coalition effort. But in the end, after about 2 hours of torture, the Englishman just can't stand anymore, and he breaks and he kind of gives away his part of the information that they were collectively holding. And this, of course, has the Frenchman and the Italian very concerned, as they too are next going to be subject to special interrogation. And the Frenchman thinks he can hold out for the longest time, and he does, and he just, you know, manages to withstand all kinds of sleep deprivation methods for like 8 to 12 hours or something, but in the end, he breaks. And so, the second part of the collectively held secret information is unfortunately revealed to the enemy. Then the Italian is subject to the same kind of methods where, you know, as with the other two, these, well, I don't know, do whatever torturers do, bind him up and flash lights at him and peel away at his fingernails, or all kinds of ugly business. And they do this to him for like days and days straight, and the Italian just does not talk. Like, he doesn't give anything away whatsoever. And his fellow soldiers are just so incredibly impressed with this that they were, you know, subject to the same kind of methods. They knew that nobody was quite able to hold out, and they asked the Italian, "What's your secret? What is it you're doing that allows you to hold out for so long?" And the Italian says, "I wanted to talk, but it tied my hands." Anyway, Rosar78, did you know that you're making a JRPG and a Mario fan game? Okay, no, I didn't know that. Like, like, is that something you're doing in a particular game-making toolset or engine, or like as a professional project or a hobby project? Anyway, Terminator, I guess I've been dying on your level for long enough that I actually did manage to get through the whole joke. So I'm glad you get it. Let's actually focus on this now and try to get over to Fireflower. RPG Maker and Mario Fan Game and Moondust. I don't know what Moondust is, I don't think. Is it related to Lunar Magic or something else entirely? Like, I don't really follow the toolset side of the ROM hack scene very much, so I just assumed that a lot of the ROM hackers were still using old standbys like Lunar Magic, like they've always been doing. But related to SMBX, okay. Netcap, thank you for sending me Leva Fall Frenzy. And yeah, that flower, I do need to remember to go under. I had a few successful attempts going over, and that made me complacent. Oh, this flower here, yeah. I know what you mean now. Oh, nope, I'm bumped. Yeah, it's the second flower. The first flower, I sort of understand how to go under it now, and the second flower, I am supposed to go slightly over. But yeah, thank you to the patience of people in queue. This is something that should be going better. Okay, let's try this again. Whoop. Nope, that's a bump. Those parts you ride the ceiling over to Note Block Pro. Okay, that's interesting. I think previously I had a good attempt that dodged underneath, and that's why I kept on going for it, because it seemed like it worked. We'll try it both ways, just to see, since the... I mean, the thing is, you know, to the extent that you have a sort of designer-approved pattern, that's not going to be something I would be able to discover for myself, I don't think, so. There's a lot here that does require a bit of trial and error as I sort out the timings that are going to work for me. Partly because I have to react so quickly to whatever it is Yoshi is spawning, right? Because whatever is spawning from the note block is something that is invisible to me until it happens. So there's always going to be a little bit of guesswork. No. Yeah. Hyperion Smokestack is going to request number 11 squared, 121. And we'll see if putting down the controller for a moment to take a look at that will do anything whatsoever to resolve the issue we have here. We're going to receive some pretty decent advice, though, from the Bard, and Beardcaster Mage will answer that question in just a moment, but the stream is going well. So, here's some advice from the Bard on getting through a level like this. "'Tis better to be vile than vile esteemed, when not to be receives reproach of being, and a just pleasure lost which is so deemed not by our feeling, but by others' seeing. For why should others of false adulterate eyes give salutation to my sportive blood? Or on my frailties, why are frailer spies, which in their wills count bad what I think good? No, I am that I am, and they that level at my abuses reckon up their own. I may be straight, though they themselves be bevel. By their rank thoughts my deeds must not be shown, unless this general evil they maintain. All men are bad, and in their badness reign. So, thank you for that, Hyperion Smokestack. I certainly hope it helps as well. Very sound moral reminder of the dangers of misrule. Okay, over to flower. Yes. Whoops. Yeah, I see now why, Terminator, you're advising me to go over instead. Much less risk of bumping. Because I'm going to be slightly behind the spawns anyway, so... Over actually does kind of intuitively look better. Okay, let's try this again. Looks like we lost a little bit of time there. Whoa, no. I thought I was able to get out of range. That was not the case. Okay, let's try it again. All right, down here. See, safety of man, you're mentioning Super Bardio, and now I'm just imagining Captain Lou Albano doing Shakespeare. You never know with actors' backgrounds. Sometimes they can have a really idiosyncratic theatrical experience behind them. Nope. Bumped the ceiling that time. Do need to fly pretty accurately. Rosar78, I hope to get to you fairly soon. We've had an unusual run of levels that I've been struggling with in the last 2 submissions, so things should pick up from here, I hope. Especially because Electro Dude sent me something different for once. It's not the shell level, as far as I know. So yeah, I know the stream can be a bit of a long wait sometimes, but we try to keep the pace manageable, just with the mix of long and short levels that I get here, so... Totally understandable if people need to go AFK for a bit, or need to hop off to a different stream. Wow. Go up at that last flower? Yeah. I agree with that. But often in the heat of the moment, I just react in the wrong direction. And yeah, Safety of Man, definitely agree with that. It is a lot of fun. This whole series is good fun. I don't know if you saw the Part 3 that Terminator sent us last week, but that was a particularly interesting boss room. Viewer levels tend to be more challenging for Netcat than the levels you play off-stream. I don't really play much of anything off-stream these days. Unless I'm playtesting for people who have unfinished stuff that they don't want to reveal to the public. Like, most of the off-stream playing that I do in Mario Maker these days, I think is pretty much just private playtesting. And most of it is just because I like to record everything. No, I was dodging the beam that time, and that did not go well. I think the trick with the Magic Koopa is actually to try to activate the beam earlier, because if he's going to fire me anyway, then I might as well just get it out of the way. But I'm not totally certain with that, because Magic Koopa Beam... Sorry, Mecha Koopa Beam. Not Magic Koopa. Mecha Koopa Beam does restrict a great deal of space. So yeah, fire right away. No, actually, that's not going to be a good timing. I should just not let him fire then. I should just get way out of range of the mecha before I start flying around. If you're fast enough, you can outrun the laser. Yeah, I did that at least once, I think, but we'll see. My flight accuracy, as Nukukaza knows very well, can have a few issues. No. Yeah, okay, no, the flower forces you over, so the beam activation is going to happen anyway. That's the issue. You can't actually delay the... or avoid the Mecha Koopa beam when the flower constrains your positioning immediately afterwards. And yeah, you can kind of see my D-pad diagonals all over the place here. That's very true. Safety of man, your playthrough just synced with my audio perfectly, wow. Must be a pretty interesting effect. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to have helped either of us actually beat this thing. No, wanted to go over that time, and that was not a good timing. Yeah, actually, if I don't go over rather than under, I can't really get out of that position in a way that avoids the flower at the end. Because I would need to pull back quite a bit in order to do that. Whoops. At least I can kind of catch up at a screen scroll and just also let the mecha do that. Unfortunately, having Yoshi run off screen will not quite get that done. Okay. Yeah, it seems like the ceiling is almost certainly the right method. Whoops. If I can get up to it. Activating the Mecha Koopa when it's facing left is kind of a solution, as long as I don't lose too much speed doing it, I think. That it actually sort of helps. Because then it's completely diffused as a problem, but I don't know if I can do that while sort of maintaining complete forward momentum. Whoops. No, guess not. And TVB, welcome. Now, I am going to be closing the queue fairly soon, just so we have a realistic chance of getting through everybody who's still in. Okay. No, bumped. If I didn't bump the ceiling there, I would have been fine, I think. Yeah, TBB, you can add yours. I will be closing fairly soon. I haven't closed yet, but probably by the time I'm finished with this one here. I've actually remained open a little bit longer than I usually do. Because, like I said, I do try to get through the whole queue. And... oh, bad bump there. Totally whacked that corner. Yeah, and sometimes I end up closing the queue and playing for about well over 2 hours afterwards. So. You have to close early sometimes when you don't exactly know what's coming. Nope. That time it looks like I was able to outrun. But I wasn't totally confident in that, and so that wasn't quite going. So Terminator, I will probably have to hold this for a second session. It's going badly enough that I'm kind of considering that possibility. And it just takes some practice. Some patterns took me a few tries to really kind of work out consistently. Okay, okay, there we go. Shops are going to come down. And, oh. Lost a little too much speed there. Didn't get through the blaster gate. But you can see there's a bit of a final circular flying challenge at the very end. And the watching guy, no, I have not closed up yet. But I have plans to do so quite soon. So yeah, we'll see if we can do it. That's at least was my first blind reading of a lot of that stuff near the end, and so I was kind of expecting, nope, can't outrun with that activation. But yeah, Terminator, I'll close after I mark this one as complete, whether I beat it or not, so. I'll keep that in mind. I was going to call this one fairly soon, but we got so close to the end segment that time that I do want to make a good run at it. Oh, whoops. Oh, too slow. Yeah, my P-balloon flying doesn't quite have the accuracy it needs. To get through some of this, so. Okay, down we go. Nope. Once again, was trying to get around a beam. And it was not quite it. Oh, did slow down, but we'll see if I can make it. Nope. Oh, interesting. Nope, too late. Okay, let me see how long I've been on this, because Terminator, I think I may call this one at this point. But let me just check. Oh wow, I've been on this quite a long time, in fact. So, yeah, why don't I hold this one for now, and we'll have to get back to it. I've been on this for about 40 minutes, which was longer than I expected. But that's what happens when you just kind of keep trying to push away at it compulsively, so. Let's mark this as a loss for now. And when I pass Blue Mecha, go over Flower straight along ceiling and ride it the whole way. Yeah. Was trying that. I wasn't quite getting into that very accurately without bumping the ceiling, so. Okay, let me check the current state of the queue. Thank you to the extreme patience of everybody who's been waiting. Taldir, I know, is actually gone. So I'm just going to remove Taldir, who has been submitting a Team Champ World anyway. But I did say goodbye a little bit ago, so. Luftos, we'll call in just a moment. If Luftos is still here. And we'll just wait for them to respond. We're quite active in chat earlier, but don't know if they managed to stay all the way. And yeah, I'll actually probably bump Luftos one spot for now because they might be AFK looking at the log of who's actually present, unless that log is wrong. So we'll just swap them back one spot for just a moment and see if Electrodude is still around here. So Electrodude, if you would like to check in, yep. Okay, we'll punch in your code. We'll do one of the new ones. I think you definitely had a purple coin level. I don't know if you said you had a second one out already. And I will close in just a moment after I look at clear it. So this is last call. Okay, so a purple coins level and a Persona 5 level. So do you have a particular preference? Because if you don't, I'll pick purple coins just to do things in order. So let me know, Electrodude, if you'd rather take your heart or go for this one instead. Okay, I'll pick purple coins in the sky. So at this point, I am going to close the queue, so I hope any of you who needed to get something in for last call managed to submit. And Terminator, just so you know, because that is a repeat, I'll decide later if I'm actually going to pull it up with sub next. It'll depend on how quickly some things go, because some people have been waiting for quite a while, but I'll make that decision as we go. Give me one moment while I update my stream title as well as the bot display. Oh, not a repeat, but I mean like a second submission from you. So I know it's new level. I might pull it up soon anyway, but like I said, we'll see how things are going. I do want to give you your sub privilege as often as I'm able to, so let me just update the bot here. Yeah, right now we just have 2 more subs in queue. That's a new Kaza and then Terminator. So there might be a bit of alternation. Luftos might be gone too, so it might just be 5 in queue. So we'll see. Purple coins in the sky. Reach the goal after grabbing all 100 coins. It's going to be an all-coin condition, so no flexibility here. Still traumatized by that mecha in the previous level, but we'll figure that out. This kind of reminds me that I need to do a Galaxy replay at some point. I don't know if I'll do it on stream, but you know, I just kind of have All-Stars sitting around for a rainy day anyway. And it's been many, many years since I last looked at Galaxy, so it is well overdue for a fresh look. Okay, oh, more coins to the left of this guy here. Let's check him way out of the way. Yeah, Electrodude, this is definitely a big change from stylistically anything I had seen from you recently, but of course I've only seen a few very specific levels from you recently. So that's not actually a very informative thing to say. Okay, I was kind of worried about what I could see on camera coming into this position, but looks like this is actually fairly safe. Because I hadn't seen the pipes or lower platform spawn in yet earlier on. No, let's dump them. And check the upper position here. Oh! I wasn't even watching the clock. Wow. I was just having the most relaxed time here and didn't realize 100 seconds was going to feel that short. Alright, let's maybe not fool around too much. And yeah, it's always nice to see you stretch out and try some new things. We'll need to find a significantly better path now, I think. I was not really thinking in terms of well-optimized paths, because I just wasn't paying attention to the clock. Okay, down we go. Okay. And yeah, we'll just kind of go column by column, I think. Comb them up and comb them down. Is there anything up here I couldn't actually see? Yes, there was. That's going to be a bit of a problem then. Losing a ton of time here. Nope. That was not going to be a good attempt anyway, though. What capture card am I using? I am using the Elgato HD60 or 60HD, one of the two. You know, the really kind of lightweight USB one. And man, welcome. Okay. And yeah, the capture card itself has been holding up pretty well after hundreds of hours of streaming. But the software that interfaces with it occasionally does have some audio throttling issues. But yeah, in general, quite happy with it. It's been one of the more impactful pieces of technology in my life in recent memory. Made a big difference to, well, a lot of my time, that's for sure. 26 seconds, only 66 coins. I feel like I'm way behind pace. For platforming reasons, maybe instead of going up and down, I should be going like bottom path and a top path. Because then at least I would maintain more left or right momentum. Like, using the Mecha Koopa throws is probably a good idea too. So 93 coins, yeah, I'm losing too much time going back and forth. So I think the right idea is to zigzag. So let's say we do this and just try to go over one segment at a time. And just go like bottom row, top row. Okay. Because at least you can do some forward platforming. I don't know if that's the right theory, given that we'd have to double back all the way to the left side and the right side afterwards, so maybe the theory behind this is unsound. But I'm not going to worry too much about it. I'm just going to get up here, and then this way the advantage too is that you don't need to fuss too much with the camera, since... Okay. Yeah, that's gonna go okay. We'll be taking middle path afterwards. Yeah, because otherwise I spend way too much time just scouting. Whoops. Really didn't want to do that, but... 20 seconds left to home everything else. 694. Okay, that's actually 6 coins. We have 10 seconds to make it back over. Okay, this method will not work. Too much back and forth. But at least all coins are accounted for. So that's kind of important. So never mind, we'll do it column by column again, just to make sure that I only need to go left to right once. Oops. Yeah, column by column, and just make sure I don't miss any locations. This looks like a bad attempt already, so let's give it a restart. Okay, sure, well, let's do that. Okay. I'm glad that, in general, falling down to an unseen position is actually recoverable here. That there's enough going on in terms of wall jump locations, pipes, etc. that rescues me from that if necessary. Here's the issue with, yeah, not just going straight left or right. I can't always remember if I've checked every location. We did get 46 out of 100 at the 50-second mark, though, so that is almost on pace, despite a lot of the earlier mishaps. Takes some practice, I think, just to scout out this thing. Okay, over we go. Back down. This is in general going much better, I think. You need to average 1 coin per second. And occasionally we do that. Hard to tell, though. Okay. A little bit over 50% as we get into 50% in time, so... I feel like the flexibility of this level just in general. I mean, I'm not routing through it efficiently at all, but... at least here, and at these locations, we can see where we're going. World record is somehow faster in your own time, yeah. As long as I remember whether I've checked certain locations, I think the approach I have is pretty sound. It's not ideal, but it is, you know, something workable. But I also want to minimize time spent going back up if I'm going down, so if I can clear a big chunk up top at once, I want to do that. Okay. So yeah, just go for a top position, clean it up a bit, until the next location that doesn't allow me to do so. Oops. Okay. Wrap around down here. Toss this guy if I can. A little behind my pace in the previous run, but... we'll see if we can sort this out in 20 seconds. Okay. 8 seconds. 4 coins. That's a clear. Bottom first and top after is what you did. Okay, I see. Yeah, I mean, well, Electro Dude, you know your own placements, right? So, but there was definitely a set of columns where it seemed to be 3 locations, like a top, middle, and bottom. And if I'm going back and forth, like bottom first and top second, for instance, I do need to have a good memory for what I am missing. So look at that record, 113. Wow. Yeah, 132nd is just barely within the comfort zone here. Anyway, that worked. Yeah, it must have been interesting to see how the current record-holding run has gone. But if you didn't get to see video footage of that yourself, I'm sure that's, you know, somebody who actually does like pushing records like Supernova or somebody can give you a good look at that. Nugukaza, I believe you will be next. So, more P-balloons. Hyperion Smokestack, your cat is demanding that you go to bed. Well, I'm to obey the cat then. But thank you once again for dropping by for so long. And I will have to catch up to that video that you shared earlier. Here's Wet Dry Bones Run. 40 seconds, Team P-Balloon, and Team Speedrun is TSR, okay. Somebody managed to squeeze this by over 5 seconds. Antinode managed to do that. I will not have the same expectations, but really interesting cover art for this one in a thumbnail. But we'll see what that's all about, and thank you Hyperion Smokestack for the cheers. Yeah. Reached the goal after defeating one Bowser, okay. Do I want to kick the shell? Yes, I do. Because the off switch is matched to the columns. I see. Okay, took me a moment to read that initially, but it is true. I think I just want to kick every shell. Okay, kick every shell and the level will just kind of sort itself out, I think. So the float positions are actually kind of nice here. Nope, lost that. How far were we? We were 11 seconds remaining in that position. Not totally accurate on my part, but I think if you manage to kick every shell while they're still available to be kicked, then that at least is a good feedback mechanism to ensure that you're still at least roughly on pace. Whoops, bumped the wall there a bit. That's going to be suboptimal. And so is that. Yeah, the person who grinded it, your level of Electro Dude probably used Mecha Koopa as well. I was thinking that with Mecha Koopas, that there was probably something going on there with the throws and the bounces. I don't need to see how all of the shells are just getting bunched up on the bridge element on the top level. Pretty nice use of slopes to guide the shells in general. You know, just to make sure the player has some flexibility in terms of the height when everything is being struck, but also making sure the mechanisms are going to work reliably. I want to go under with that guy once he's been activated. And yeah, Terminator definitely helped that we got a little bit of P-Balloon practice in on your level earlier. Okay, punch, punch. What we got here? Oh. You'd think with all the P-Balloon practice we've been receiving on the stream recently that I'd have cleaned up some of this by now, but yeah, a slight slowdown in the bump there. Whoops. It's going to throw me off my pattern slightly. Okay. Kick every shell and whoops. Just a little bit too close to the saw blade there. Instead of going around as intended. And yeah, we'll just kick and kick and kick. Nope. That is a straight up miss. Okay, as long as we kick everything and just make sure I watch the Fishbone's activations, should be fine, as long as I also don't ram into walls like that. We're about to see how much flexibility there is here. No, I wanted to go below. Well, I mean, I want to go in the opposite direction of where the Fishbones are heading. That would be the idea, but if I can go below it slightly, I can maintain momentum. Nope. That was a backwards hit. Not what I wanted. So yeah, we'll just pop everything one at a time. Whoops. Surprising amount of leeway in some places. Although I don't know yet how tight I'm going to run against a timer. Okay, yeah, just need to find the fish. Woo, too many wall bumps here and there. And I have a bad feeling about what that means for the run, and regardless, we got hit, so. Let's see how we do. Okay, shell is going to come down. That was a near miss, but... Huh. That was interesting. Didn't expect to get hit in that position that time. I'll have to watch it a bit more carefully to see what kind of adjustment I should be making to avoid that. Because that one did kind of catch me by surprise. Nope, miss. TPB, I'm just going to read that as a series of Roman numerals. You won, me too. Okay. Oh, there was a bit of a double hit in that shell. That's partly what's going on here. Okay. I feel like I'm way behind at this point, but... No, I see, okay. So occasionally the dry bone's chucking bones at me. That's hitting me if I'm just too late and too out of position. Okay, now at least we know what this is going to look like as we close in on the finish. Defeating Bowser is going to be part of the clear condition here, so we do need, I believe... whichever shell hits we can muster. It's going to be a strong incentive to keep pace with everything that's going up through the top level, such that everything is going to get Bowser on screen. That's definitely something I hadn't thought about much earlier when I was playing this, so now we know what's in store. We'll have to keep an eye out for that. Whoops, I accidentally fired that backwards. That's not going to be right. Yeah, that's not going to be correct. Because we will not make the clear conditions now. Or the timer. But I understand now. And of course, Terminator was asking right on time what the purpose of the bridge exit path is, but I think that is abundantly clear now. Not only as a pacing tool, but as a very stylish way to get the kill. And Rosar, you are back. Okay, excellent. Haven't called you up yet, but the queue is getting shorter. Okay. Here we go. Nope. Okay, bump everything this way. And what do we do here? Okay. Yeah, it's that dry bones that's whacking me consistently. It always catches me by surprise. Still kind of getting a sense of what you're doing, too, as part of the switch control mechanism. And that is one way to kind of register a hit. So we have the on-off toggle dependent on that location. And yeah, I'll read what you said about the contact location in just a moment. Yeah, I had a double hit from time to time, but that's not going to be too much of a liability, I don't think. As long as I don't hit things to the left, I'm okay. This was wrong. You said if you hit a dry bone shell from under or to the left and then fly under it, it'll hit you. Yeah, I see what's going on here. But yeah, I definitely noticed the kind of things you're doing to just get player out of the way, or at least encourage them to not get in their own path. Yeah, that's it. That's the issue we were having. It's because I'm trying to dodge the fish bones at the same time, I think. That's why we're running into that. Oops. A little bit slow there. That's going to be a potential problem because we do need shells active and on screen for Bowser. Okay. Don't know if we'll get enough hits here. No, miss. And we're going to lose too much time here anyway, even if there was a chance at activating the gate, so that was just a miss. That's a miss abyss. Okay, a little bit of flexibility on the contact locations for the on-off switches, I can see that. Anyway, just going to fly down and back up. Okay, this should do it. This should do it, yes. Excellent. Yeah, just a couple of fixes I needed to be cautious about, but that was pretty approachable. The sub 35 time is, in my books, not approachable, but pretty generous margin for me there. And yeah, I wonder how much flexibility you actually have when it comes to, you know, how much you're allowed to fall behind before the shells not making it to Bowser becomes an issue. But, I mean, I wasn't playing very cleanly, and it seemed like the level was being fairly lenient about that, so. Thank you for the GGs, and Safety of Man, you have a good night. This is going to be second and final call for Luftos, who I think bailed on us earlier. And yeah, safety of men, right, because Wierkowski said something about you leaving comment art that he was very sad to have to delete. Yeah, Rosa Luftos is listed as still here, but this was their second call to show up in chat, and they're not speaking, so might have fallen asleep or something, or otherwise dropped off. That's okay, that happens sometimes because I take so long on certain levels. There was that stretch earlier today where I spent about an hour on 2 levels, so. And thank you, Nugukaza, for enjoying my flying for once. Swimming, I guess. Technically true. Rosar, I believe you are next. And Rosar, thank you for your patience. I know you switched devices, you dropped out briefly and come back, etc. But then, in the end, you were here, and you made it to see your turn, so let's see what this is all about. It's going to be your maker code. Do you have a particular suggestion? Is there anything specific you want to see? And Terminator, you just got the Elgato HD60S yourself. Okay, very good. And that'll be nice just for preservation purposes to make sure you have a good solid recording of your entire series and sequence. I would not mind playing the world. We can totally do it. Looks like this was uploaded in within the last week or two, actually. So let's take a look. Same principles apply as usual for Super Worlds. I'll kind of treat the first level like a regular submission, but if things are going quickly, I will continue within the first 15 minutes or so, in case we can play multiple short levels in sequence. So let's see how we do. Going to start me off with a bank of 5 lives, and we're going to head straight to a castle. And yeah, Terminator, that's also why I'm recording everything. Oh, you want comments on. Okay, let's take a look at comments on. This demo contains 7 levels of the Super World. Yeah, it's kind of too bad that there's no option to display creator comments only, so you don't have the massive boo at the start. And so I can read the comment. 1 per world. Okay, demos. Each level in the Super World has its own gimmick. And all these guys try to answer your thread. The world will have 88 levels. He's kind of right about the Super World capping out at 80. Okay. Alright, that's just introductory text, so we'll get that out of the way and move on. I kind of wonder about the clear rate on this, whether people did manage to tank it well below 100. And it's almost certainly just in the 80s or something. And let's just take a look at what's in store. You don't use a Super World and you use a World Map Builder online? Yeah, when you said 88 levels, I kind of assumed that would have to be the case. Anyway, let's take a look. NSMM. New Super Mario Maker, I guess. Anyway, it is Leaf Pile Beginnings, and it is in fact in the NSMB style. Love the tree design, that's really neat. Look at that. Very aesthetic tree. I mean, you know, visually, the NSMB style can get pretty busy, so doing anything like that aesthetic with this is something that takes work to have it even be recognizable as a shape. It looks like you're building entirely on bottom half, and I can tell because of the camera positioning. It looks like this will just be ground pound to grab all this stuff. Okay, so this looks like it's just going to be hitting that for 1-up. Might as well bank up on some lives while we still able to. Okay. It's going to punch out more of the tree. So yeah, neat decorative concept here. I don't know if this is the main path or a side path, but we'll take it anyway and see. Okay, looks like a bonus room. I don't know if you needed the massive arrow pointing to it if it's a bonus room. But sure, we'll check the yellow pipe. I think in some ways the bonus room is supposed to reward people for bothering to check even if they're not told. But that's okay, that'll work. And yeah, I guess the X pipes are just for symmetry and also just to match that red and yellow concept that you have all over this. Yeah, same with markers like this. Like, I find that, you know, you don't necessarily need to help out the player with every possible secret, but I know it's partly just a matter of audience as well, that I think with Mario Maker people tend towards too much guidance, but that's just how I see things. I missed the flower. Yeah, I guess I did. And yeah, TPB, welcome back. TPB will hopefully get to you soon. You're not too far back in the queue. At least I don't think so. Anyway, more trees all over the place. Big trees this time. Giant trees. Sure, we'll do the run. Looks like this is probably the intention here. Oh, just to smack everything. Oh, whoops. Mistakes were made. Okay. Well, let's be careful then. I guess I will bounce myself back and forth now that the shell is no longer available to do that for me. Looks like this is actually an interesting brick placement. Not sure if it is just decorative, but looks like there's, yeah, mostly just trees going on up there. And yeah, it makes sense to have it be fairly relaxed for the first level. And okay, let's not try any interesting shell techniques while we are small and just need to clear, so. And, oh, did you re-upload the world while I had already started it? Oh no, you re-uploaded the world, you said, because that's why it has the April date on it. I see, no, okay. I was momentarily confused when I read over some of your older messages, so. Yeah, nicely decorated, this one. We're still fairly quick here, so I will continue. And yeah, we'll go for a couple more minutes. Looks like this was listed originally as 3-4, but it's going to be the second in this layout, so we'll just do it as is. These guys kind of look like the guys who step back and forth in NSMB. Except, of course, they don't move, so it's like they're petrified remains or something. Track backgrounds here, like I'm not exactly sure what shapes they're making, so they can seem a little visually busy. Whoops. Just kind of checking down there. But we'll see. I mean, this, I see the intent of it, that it's like the NSMB enemies with the legs stepping back and forth. Oh, this is supposed to be kind of like a waterfall, isn't it? Like in Mario 2. Except without the logs all over the place. Whoops. These guys are gonna hop. So yeah, not exactly what I'm sure. What I'm seeing with not exactly sure rather what I'm seeing with the track designs here, but just not quite understanding some of the artwork. Okay, anyway, let's... Oops, totally missed. Okay, you're just filling in background. Yeah, I don't know if that visual concept quite works for me. I think it can be a little bit visually dense. I do like the waterfalls, though. Like, now I understand what you're doing, but... I think sometimes it, you know, with the building at that level of density, it can come off as too much information. And I know it worked very well for the trees in the previous level, it's just that I think if you're doing that, the shapes should be fairly obvious. And in this level they are obvious when it comes to the waterfalls, but I don't know about these tracks. I mean, I know that, you know, with this theme you just have a very blank background in some ways, and so let's see why you would try to do something interesting with it. Looks like we want to check for an entry pipe. And momentarily saying the moment you showed up I died. Yeah, that seems par for the course. Okay, back here. I might as well check everything. Donut blocks are mostly decorative here, I think. Now here I can't quite see where I'm going with the ground, you see, but that's okay. Slide down a bit and the camera follows. So, you want to be cautious with the player camera sometimes when flowing into a destination like that. Okay, it's gonna be squirrel. Okay, up we go. Oh. Yeah, a lot of the night themes can be a bit visually bland, especially in NSMB. In fact, I find with NSMB I don't like the look of the night themes too much. I don't think the solution is to put so many tracks on it, though. But maybe that's just because I have a lot of trouble visualizing the shapes. Okay. But anyway, we'll back up here. Okay. Now, yeah, going to have a whole bunch of marked wall jump locations. That could have gone badly if I wasn't careful. I mean, I wasn't careful. Okay, might as well take it. Nope, yes. It's okay, we don't actually need it. Probably some kind of secret we haven't seen yet with squirrel. Let's check up here just in case. Kind of worrying. Kind of wondering rather about these pipes, but I think we have actually seen that before. That was a segment I had dropped into earlier. Oops. Yeah, that's the thing about the night themes and the aesthetics of NSMB specifically, that in some ways Mario Maker really undersells the graphic design of NSMB originally, where NSMBU in particular actually has quite a lot of nice background art that I think often doesn't get enough credit, but a lot of that is just sort of excessively simplified here, especially in the night styles. Yeah, Rosar, we haven't been on this for too long. I can at least peek into the start of the next one, but let me see what the state of the queue is before I remember that. Yeah, Luftos, I kind of assumed that you fell asleep. I actually called you twice, but Luftos, if I get through the queue quickly and clear out the remaining levels, I'll reopen and put you back in if I have time. But then you would have to stay a bit longer for that. I did try to just bump you back one spot and rotate you in, but that did not go, so... actually, Rosar, I'll stop at 2 for now, just so we can make sure we can get through the other submitters, since we're kind of right on the 15-minute mark or so. Set. But yeah. Happy to continue that next time you want to submit the code. Thank you for the GGs. And yeah, Terminator, let's take a look at your second one. Trust your judgment in terms of sending me something that might have been a bit quicker than the last one, since it is your second submission. Assuming, of course, Terminator, that you are still here, which I think you are. And you might want to confirm that with me very quickly. Yeah, 8% we should be able to do this quickly. If Terminator checks in. And that's, as I said, if Terminator checks in. Otherwise, we'll just go next and look at Natcat first. I do see Terminator technically still here, and he spoke a few minutes ago, so... Okay, we can just pull up Natcat instead. And that's okay, if people seem to be just momentarily AFK, I just bumped them back one spot. So. Okay, this is going to be Lava Fall Frenzy, another suggested level this time. Natcat having sent me a couple things from Bruce lately. I think it's Bruce. Oh, Terminator. Okay, no, you are here. Okay. Let's switch back. Since we haven't actually started it yet. Yeah, Terminator, I guess you might have been just momentarily AFK. Yeah, that's why we run the system we do. I do understand that that was a situation where I didn't want to just kick you directly. Okay, sorry Natcat, do have to bump that just momentarily, but let's take a look at this one. Bowser has set a diabolical trap. I guess we'll skip part 5 and do the 8% part 6. That's okay, we try to keep things fairly flexible here to be fair to people. Particularly, wow, that was a bad start. Well, I mean, it's a ghost house. Yoshi doesn't like entering them anyway. But he'll have to enter this one. And he's going to run for it immediately afterwards, so... Yoshi's going to take damage, Yoshi's going to run, and then I need to take the P-Balloon and chase. Yeah, interesting that the scroll break really tugs the camera there. Nope. I did kind of see that coming. But yeah, just watch the camera here. It's really going to jerk to the left as the scroll breaks and spawns in the blaster. Yoshi is just going to deftly dodge everything at the lower level there. He's having the time of his life, actually, for somebody who just had that done in the first place because he was taking damage. Interesting. Looked like he was supposed to survive that, but maybe not. Yeah, we'll see about that. See what happens to Yoshi this time. And Penguin Lord, you were playing a little Ultimate, I see. With any particular main, or do you tend to just switch back and forth? If I bump one of the yellow blocks, they can flip and Yoshi can die. Okay, that's what happened. Perhaps. I didn't actually see what happened last time, but that would explain it, for sure. Okay. Yoshi gives me the key. And we are through. 24 seconds, though. And Penguin Lord, yeah, that's why you're a Penguin Lord, I guess, or DDD is your main. Oops. 18 seconds. I may actually be a little bit tight on time here, but this is mostly a bonus flight segment, although with 8 seconds remaining, sure, we'll take it. Thank you for that, Terminator. Kind of short and simple, but it got the job done. 5 seconds off record, but that's what happens when you bump around the final segment the way I did. I see you've also adopted the Team PB tag for a lot of this stuff. And thank you for all the GGs once again. Okay, let's go back to the level suggestion from NetCat earlier. Lava Fall Frenzy. This is actually early on in the game from September 2019, hence the huge number of plays it has amassed in the meantime. We're going to ride the sinking platforms as the lava drains away from this tall tower. Oh, I see a mushroom down there, okay. Ah, lava draining away, yes, that's right. I don't know if I'm just going too slow here then, if, oh, I'm not, actually. The lava gives me plenty of time, just given how quickly I'm liable to fall. Okay, let's just make sure I can get to camera vision of the lava whenever I can. Take the left pipe. Going to be a symmetrical exit. Aha, okay, this is going to take advantage of the matching of the falling donut speed with the lava speed, which is actually very similar to a concept I saw from Electrodude. That's one point. Although, yeah, this is kind of a neat synchronization. Going to have some symmetrical elements here where we do have a bit of a choice. Nice thing, of course, is that the donut blocks, since they're already in the falling animation, they are actually going to be a totally safe platform. Oh no, gotta drop. And to make it over, no. Bumped around just a little bit too much. And yeah, I guess Fury Nova likes to play the heavies when it comes to Smash. I haven't actually spent, whoops, that much time with the new characters added to Smash Ultimate, but Smash Ultimate was something that was mostly a single-player experience for me, which may sound odd, but I played a lot of the World of Light and Spirits modes, and barely put any time into the multiplayer. So, for a Smash game, I really feel like I barely know it at all, despite the fact that I did put in a significant amount of time back when it released. Missed the fire flowers. Okay, that's fine. Just have to be a bit careful here. This guy is going to trail me all the way down. What a hero. Okay, grabbing the flower for replenishment here is going to help for sure. And yeah, we're just going to get over this before we get trapped on top of everything. Okay. Might as well. Bones are impervious to fire, of course. Let's mind some of these Podoboo locations as they come down. I mean, riding Yoshi would have kept us safe from a lot of that anyway. Yeah, sort of interesting use of Fire Yoshi here. I guess to prevent any bone swallowing. And as you can see, as usual, it is using the thwomps to do the initial setup for falling donuts. Okay, left and down, I see. This is actually oddly similar to the Electrodude level as well, except obviously with its own style and pace. Whoops. But yeah, scroll, speed trickery, leads to all kinds of interesting synchronizations. Whoops. So much for Yoshi, he's just going to die. Poor Fire Yoshi can't even handle a bit of lava. Oh, lost a Fire Flower because it was transformed. Maybe not what I expected. Oh, lost access to Yoshi because of the on-off switch. Well, at least the conveyors aren't going to pitch me everywhere. Do you have a bit of choice here when it comes to the on-off switch state? Okay, that's going to be stylish. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind in chat because this has required quite a bit of attention. And I haven't looked away at that very much, but... And yeah, Electrodude, it looks like it is something that's kind of synchronized around the slower speeds. Because the donuts feel like they're sinking slower because you are scrolling down the whole time, so, you know, they are being counteracted by camera movement in some ways. So you don't notice that they're actually falling at their usual speed because of your relative frame of reference, so... And yeah, Electrodude, I'm not particularly surprised that you've decided to take over Steve as your Smash main. Very interesting moveset that I found also just a little advanced for me to get into. I didn't actually come out of playing with Steve feeling like I'd understood him at all, even though I think I actually did complete his classic mode. Anyway, thank you for that submission, Netcat. Let's mark that as a win. Thank you for all the GGs as well. You see the current state of the list at TPB. So, TPB, if you would like to check in, TPB may actually have left. And... yeah, I'll just give TPB an opportunity to check in. If not, Luftos fell asleep earlier and came back briefly, and I think they might have left again, but if I'm not correct, they can correct me on that. Failing that, I am going to do a quick reopening probably, because we are finishing early enough to make that happen. And then we'll just do a quick reopening for the people who are present. I am going to close up immediately after that, so if anybody wants a second round, I believe we can do it. Let's just do a quick remove, first of all, on TPB. And yeah, Electrodude is going to get in there right away with the second level that we can catch up on. And so if anybody wants to get anything in, now is the time. This will be the only reopening. But yeah, I don't mind doing a bit of a shorter stream today, given that we will be back for viewer levels tomorrow. And yeah, for Nova, I was very happy that Min Min actually made it into Smash. She was very much in the category of the characters that I always wanted to be in, but didn't think actually had a chance. Especially with a lot of the expectation that, you know, one of the cover fighters like Springman or Ribbon Girl would be the first fighter to get in. Now, Min was always my favorite to play in that game itself. I spent a lot of time playing in ARMS. I got a lot more mileage out of ARMS than I did in Smash, actually. Anyway, so yeah, Electrodude, just so you know, I have not played Persona 5 or Persona 5 Strikers. I mean, most of what I know about Joker and about the amazing soundtrack to that game, I actually know via Smash. For Nova, you are going to add and then remove. Are you trying to add something else? Anyway, I had better let Nova get that in quickly, and then we're going to close up once again. And yeah, I feel like Smash is definitely a function of who you have to play it with, in terms of how much fun you're going to have. I mean, I enjoyed the single-player Spirits content a lot. I recognize this. I do recognize this. This crane level here with... Maybe I've just seen something very similar. Oh yeah, for Nova, you can use the replace command if you want to enter a new code. Otherwise, the command is leave. And automod... I have no idea why automod thought your code was something that it had to hold and filter out. Sorry, Nova, try to replace command. Use exclamation replace and then follow back code. That was very strange, Nova. I got an alert from the automod that your code apparently falls into the category of having some kind of filtered term that refers to gender and sexuality in the string VFB 7PL FXG. I don't know why Twitch's automod thinks so. And oh yeah, momentarily saying you triggered that by saying FXG, so I guess FXG is something that Twitch's automod, which I didn't even realize I had on, actually filtered out, so that's very interesting. We'll have to keep our eye out for that from now on and probably just disable that, because I've got other modding tools in place anyway. So anyway, thanks for bearing with that. Sorry about the pause. I am going to close back up, by the way, because 2 additional levels is probably good for what I can handle. Okay. Did I read the description? No, I didn't. Let's take a look. So yeah, for Nova, if you have trouble submitting to anybody else, that might be something to look into. So change the heart of your greedy boss, Mr. Thwomp. Okay. I'm not sure that means anything, but we'll take a look at the level and then think about that accordingly. So I see, you're working for a construction company where the crane is trying to pick up a muncher. It's a bit of a make-work project. It looks like this is just a cafeteria. We're going to sneak under the seats of the cafeteria and steal this pink coin lunch from the Wigglers just dining at their table. The Wigglers being the workers who are actually piloting the cranes outside. This, I suppose it's a particularly large conference table with a whiteboard presentation. Anyway, up the steps we go. We're looking for a key. These folks are just in their cubicles looking at their displays. This guy is away from work. Probably off in the toilet, you know, watching viewer levels on his mobile or something. What was to the left here? Oh, just ice blocks. Okay, that's an office window. I feel like I used to see much more in the way of office levels in Mario Maker 1, but I think they took out the telephone sound in Maker 2, right? So I've seen much less of that since. Because there were a couple of concepts that I saw in Maker 1 that were using SMB3 to create an office building and just have telephones going everywhere. Okay, here's Mr. Thwomp. He's just going to sit there and laze about. And look at him, he's just, you know, guarding his wealth here. So we're probably going to steal that, aren't we? We're just going to wrap around and rob his back office. One moment while I acknowledge the raid from I Am the Supernova. Who I believe was actually running viewer levels concurrently with us tonight, as we were informed earlier, so welcome Supernova, and the whole party that you brought along. We actually just reopened for the bonus queue, and yeah, Supernova, I know you intended to send me something this weekend, but we'll see if these go quickly. If they do, I might be able to squeeze in one last one from you. Anyway, so we're sort of in the dark version of the office now. Where instead of Wigglers, we have Pokies just guarding everything. Oh, I guess we've come back to the office building by night. Mr. Thwomp is just going to sit there. And, yeah, let's just dodge security. Oh, looks like this is going to drop in, and nothing we can quite reach up there. Yeah, Supernova, I got things cleaned out quickly, so we just have this submission from Electrodude and one more from Furinova, but if we get through it quickly, maybe I can squeeze in one more. I was not originally intending to, but since you showed up and I know you had something you really wanted to show me, we'll see if we can be flexible. Cannot promise that yet, though. It really depends entirely on how this stuff is going. Oh, look at this Wiggler over here with a boo on his head. Whoops. Whoa, okay, no, that was just a mistake. I was trying to jump and I just slipped. So important to know that every element here corresponds with something in the real world. We did in fact hit checkpoint, so... Well, I don't know if the Pokies are just ordinary office plants or something. I do know that these are probably supposed to be displays. coin blocks here. The crane is just a crane. And yeah, Electrodude, this is definitely another step outside your usual style. Kind of funny, I feel like I used to see not just these office-style levels, but this kind of aesthetic approach much more often in Maker 1. To the extent that I still see it now, it's mostly from people who were already active back in Maker 1. Because back then, I think these kind of stylized experiences were much more in vogue. Okay, let's not fall to our deaths mindlessly this time. Okay, up over here. And grab the key, hit the POW. And the key will get me through to Key Door, but I just want to run around and check some locations. Okay, whoops. Mang says real world, like we've introduced Mang to something. Absolutely terrifying. Okay, so here's the Thwomp. Oh. Never seen that coming. Looks like we need to hit this. And just dodge. Wouldn't really be an Electrodude level without some bullet dodging. Hey, looks like we probably need to do more than just hit things back and forth. I'm trying to figure out what the interaction is going to be here. The shell is just striking directly. Thank you so much for these sub, Remmers. Always glad to have a resub from you to squeeze your levels in quickly when I'm able to. And Supernova is going to take care of post-streaming things like cleaning up, which just makes me imagine that Supernova just makes a total mess of his place when he's streaming for some reason. Can't even get through a stream without, you know, having crumbs everywhere and... Whoops. Okay, you need to hit the switches a couple of times. Okay. I was wondering if it was just a switch alternation or if there was something else that I needed to be watching. But couldn't determine what it was, so I guess it was correct to think that it's just a back and forth thing with some kind of off-screen muncher activation or something. Hard to tell what it is interacting with something off-screen. I mean, I guess it's just sort of implicitly a back-and-forth fight. It's not like it's the first time we've seen something from Electrodude in this style. It's actually kind of archetypal Electrodude fight of a sort that we haven't seen lately since... Yep, okay, so it's just going to be a couple of hits and that drops the key, so... The boss still hangs around, I just need to be attentive to when the key is made available. Alright. Here we go. And back and forth. And up. I heard the key. And I didn't live long enough to see it swing my way, so. And yeah, for Nova, that seems to be a very unique circumstance to you, that you just drew a maker code that would run into that issue. Because you'd have to think that this is not the only channel on Twitch where you would have that problem. I mean, luckily I'm attentive to that sort of thing, because you have a channel that just sort of automatically denies your maker code, that would be a terrible time. I may just have to find some way to whitelist it. But I don't know, because this is one of the only times that I've actually ever received an alert from the AutoMod on Twitch's side. Usually it's just my own tools that do these spectacular interventions. Boss is not happy that I'm trying to fix his greed. Well, I mean, of course he isn't happy about it. Like, we just took the 50 coin out of the picture frame in the back of his desk. He has no idea what just happened. Oh, no. Yes, he does. Winged Ludwig here has some pretty interesting behavior. Is it because of the swap stack, or is it some kind of behavior that is independent of that? So, let's mark that as a win. Terminator asks, what are the top features I like in MM2? Oh, I didn't actually punch that into the bot, did I? Yeah, let's mark that as a win now, so I guess it wasn't actually displaying the code the whole time. Let's see what Fur Nova gave me. This is potentially the last thing we'll play today, but we'll see if it goes well or quickly. And let me just scroll up quickly to see if I missed anything. Terminator just asked me features I like in Mario Maker 2. Depends on what you mean by features. I mean, if you're talking about stuff from the UI perspective. One of my biggest requests going from Maker 1 to Maker 2 was just having levels by my followed makers show up in the order of most recently uploaded, like in a constant social feed, and that is precisely what they implemented. I think that was one of the few examples of Nintendo doing what they should have done exactly correctly. Even though it's too bad that your followed list is capped to 100 makers, because I've overflowed that so many times by now. So, Fur Nova, just start your Super World. We'll take a look at that. Only 5 levels tucked in here, but we have no idea how they will do in terms of difficulty, so let's take a peek. 99 lives. Winged Ludwig always seems to land in the same spot. Interesting. Okay. And have I played this? No, I haven't. I didn't think so. This looks somewhat familiar for some reason. You wish you could see how many people followed you as a maker. I don't know. I mean, information is nice, but I feel like some people would be very self-conscious and competitive about that in a way that would not be healthy. I do want to kick the Koopa to the right, of course, on that segment. Let's watch my positioning here when it comes to landing on the big Koopas. No, here I need to spin jump in order to kick that guy to the right. Okay, whoops. Slightly better landing there. You remember me playing one of these levels, I see. Well, we haven't looked at this one, so we'll just do it. Okay, that's correct. Okay, not too much trouble so far, so long as I hit the Koopas in the right direction. Okay, I see. It took me a moment to figure out what was going on with the second on-off activation, and so hesitated a little bit too much there, and that threw off my next jump. It's okay. No, once again, just land to the left of that and jump over. Yeah, I don't have issues with the tightness of this so far. Okay, really do have to account for the Mecha Koopa turning around at the end of his patrol pattern there. Rather important thing to look at. What was that hitbox? Well, that was something alright. Okay, since this was a Super World submission and this was fairly short, we'll just move on to the next one quickly. See how it goes. Yeah, I'm momentarily saying that hitbox was just from the Mecha deciding to turn around on me at the last minute. In Maker 2, did they have the safe zone at the start? Yes, they did, because it was an accommodation for multiplayer. It's always been there in Maker 2. It was never there in Maker 1, as you probably know. But yeah, to the extent that you would start in a dead zone in Maker 2, it would be from objects falling from the side of that. Okay. So we do in fact have to trust that the moles will pop out at the right place and the right time. Okay. One shot. Do you think I have any time to try the Yoshi race again? You know, since we're reasonably close, let's see. Let me get to about the 15-minute mark in this world first, and then we'll see what I have time to do. And yeah, Fairy Nova, that's my usual kind of Super World rule, is that if things are going really quickly, then I kind of continue within the first 15 minutes. Since a lot of Super Worlds are just designed to be played in sequence that way. But only if they're quick. Like, I don't dwell on things for too long. Or at least I tell myself I don't. Nice to get a one-shot at that mole. Oh, whoops. Okay. Slow rise there, but that just gives me a nice generous margin, it seems. Yeah, they're very much sight-reading levels in a way, but the spacing is kind of nice on them in that they are very blind-friendly, just, you know, because there's a lot of room to work with, a lot of flexibility, even though you do have to put markers. Yeah, just need to hit the second on-off switch a little more accurately. Whoops. And yeah, Remmers, I'm glad you like the sploosh emote, but it's very true that it was just something that had a very limited context for other streams. So I'm glad we finally got the GG one in, because then that's something that you can actually take with you somewhere useful. Okay. And yeah, that's going to be fine, except, yeah, I knew that momentum was going to be a bit of an issue there, and just got out of there far too quickly. Even though I knew it was not quite feeling right. There we go. And yeah, might be able to just do this all pretty quickly, actually. Let me see how I'm doing for time. Yeah, we've not even been on this world for 10 minutes, so... And yeah, that was the one I had played previously, I think. The only level you've seen use the spring thwomp interaction, I feel like I've seen that in a lot of things like puzzles. Thank you for all the GGs. Nice to have all of that in a big splash at once. No, let's land and then jump over to Pokey instead of just ramming into it. Okay. No, that was just a bad bounce. Should have just gone straight for the right side of the saw blade there. Yeah, just need a better landing there to go down to the next bone shell. A lot of it is just processing the sheer amount of visual information there is here. Oh, you can totally get on top of vines. That's not something I expected. I mean, I think they were mostly placed there decoratively, but the fact that I was able to cling onto one for safety actually was kind of neat. I need to land dead center there in order to not run into issues with the mole. In Terminator, you had an outdated Elgato that kept freezing up on you. That's unfortunate. Hope those issues get fixed up for you. A new card. I think I just need to break this thing, right? Yeah, that's correct. No, I do need to go right away. No other opportunity here. And yeah, I mean, I wasn't around for the early days of Elgato cards. I didn't really even think much about streaming tech until I guess I started early 2020. So yeah, I was kind of looking into it probably in 2019 or so. And it's kind of nice that the level of performance that I have here anyway, and with the Switch, that I don't actually need more than 1080p. So just having my Elgato card on a nice plug-and-play basis on my USB port. It's just nice and convenient. No, I need to get on top of that, otherwise I'll have all kinds of issues, because I need to jump out of the bone shell here and then get into the pipe, so I have to get on top of the platform, oops, before the mecha zaps it. And yeah, I see what the intended sequence is now. Okay. And through. And that's it. Not that we have needed the endless one-ups so far. Now, it's only this one world with 5 in total, right? We can totally just do it. We're at the end anyway. If the difficulty tuning is similar, I'm sure we can just burn it down. Do it in one go. Womp Throwdown. Yeah, I guess it is going to be a full bounce there. Because of the drag on the thwomp from the lava. Let's not overcorrect I am overcorrecting. I am pulling back on that consistently, and I should not be doing that. And Rosar is going well. It's already kind of in the bonus queue, but we'll see. This one has a boss of sorts where you have to keep track of a thwomp's movement. Okay, interesting. Yep. Sometimes I just have to trust markers in a way, but as you've discovered by now, I'm not good at just trusting markers. That's have something happen out of nowhere. But that's going to work out here for me, so might as well go for it. Okay, so I guess we have to track this thwomp. Oh, I see, because we probably shouldn't kill it, right? Like, if it's necessary to unblock something at the end, or... No, should have been a spin here, I think. Or just a second bounce, in fact. There is that kind of gap down there. I don't expect to do it safely. I think I should just spin. No, I killed the thwomp. I'm pretty sure that killing the thwomp is a bad thing, right? Like, yeah, because you needed to hit the POW. Yep. I think the issue with that is that at that point, the thwomp's overlap with the on-off blocks to kill it is actually off-screen for me. Like, I don't see its point of contact. Okay, no, spin jump here. No, I wouldn't worry about a Z indicator. I don't mind figuring that out for myself, since it's not something terribly time-sensitive. I think in general, people need to be, sort of weaned off over-indication of stuff they should be able to figure out. So I do need to kick that, though, from left to right. Nope, killed this one. So yeah, my main concern with concept is simply that you do have to interact with something off screen, and that you also... Yeah, you also need to keep the thwomp going or it goes backwards, so... You need to let it hit things like hard blocks, but then also not hit the wall afterwards. Oh, whoops. Dying as much as I do because I'm watching the thwomp a little more attentively now, and so a bit of a multitasking loss. Okay. There we go. Yeah, pretty good once you understand it conceptually. Okay, and we will finish there. So, thank you once again for all the GGs. Let's slap a like on that. Okay, against my better judgment, we will do one final reopening. Only for the people who spoke up earlier. So that's Supernova and also Terminator. I can try to revisit the P-Balloon too. Try to close that out, but I might not spend very long on it. But this will be final reopening. Will not be taking anything particularly long. So Yeah, it is a double ad, but Rosar, I did invite those two specifically to get in. Partly because Supernova, was busy streaming earlier today, so I did know that he would have had trouble slipping that code in time. Oh, I've cleared 3,000 courses, apparently. Anyway, let's hop in the list here, and did I actually mark that as a win? Let's see. Win. Terminator is going to, first of all, call for 154. Yeah, just give me a moment. Let me bring up the code first. And then we will do that in just 1 second. 154, this is going to be pretty late in the cycle. All the way at the end, in fact, so. Yeah, may as well just bring this in while we're overlapping with Supernova's maker screen over here before we figure out what to draw from the list. Here's number 154 out of 154. And you can imagine that applies very well to the situation here when, Aviator Mario here is putting his arm around Supernova's top-hatted me. Here's how it goes. The little love god, lying once asleep, laid by his side his heart-inflaming brand, whilst many nymphs that vowed a chaste life to keep came tripping by, but in her maiden hand the fairest votary took up that fire, which many legions of true hearts had warmed. And so the general of hot desire was sleeping by a virgin hand disarmed. This brand she quenched in a cool well by, which from love's fire took heat perpetual, growing a bath and healthful remedy for men diseased. But I, my mistress's thrall, came there for cure, and this by that I prove, love's fire heats water, water cools not love. Let's take a look at Seesaw Airlines. Congratulations, you have earned a frequent flyer miles. Not yet, we haven't. We have to clear this first. As the Mang has the world record on this, which tells me to expect some kind of bouncing. Or maybe even some momentum. You never know, but there are definitely certain kinds of levels that naturally invite themselves to have Mang world records. Let's see what this is all about. And okay, that's tap. Okay, so you tap this and then it launches you all the way up, and then I see. So there you go. Tad bit of momentum on that lazy world record. But yeah, I can see why this is a Mang world record. Okay. No, I don't want to do that. I don't know why I tried. It was very clear what was going to happen there. And yeah, Rosar, thank you for dropping by for so long today, for showing me a level, and also for teaching to stream some Italian, or at least just talking about pizza with Netcat. One of the two. Nope, miss. Okay. Sort of interesting that you have the starting on-off switch just to make sure the player sees the cause and effect with this interaction. The thing that kind of makes this click, of course, is the fact that the end of the seesaw interaction does involve... Actually, the Seesaw interaction just sort of immediately has a switch reset back to on. Blinks very quickly. In a bit of a two-stage thing. So let's move on up here. Yeah, you do need to just get onto Seesaw and get launched up by it. No, you don't. You need to take the POW. Drop the POW here. Drop the POW here. There we go. Oh, grab POW, okay. Okay, that's reasonably satisfying. No, I do need to get pushed through and not get crushed below. And yeah, Terminator, thank you for the clip. I'm glad, by the way, that that confirms that I set up my link filters properly to permit the clips from actually being posted, because my bot tends to block links fairly aggressively, so I just put in a couple of regular expressions to make exemptions for things like clips of this channel. Either that, or maybe you just get to post that because you're a sub. I actually don't remember how some of my permissions are set up. But anyway, I'll have to look at the clip afterwards to see our little sonnet reading. See how badly I've bungled that performance, while bungling all of the other performances in a, whoops, platforming context. Okay, it looks like Seesaw Airlines has a checkpoint. That's going to be lifting that up to give me a bit of room to sneak through. Nice variant on that concept. Looks like that's going to be a spin jump. There we go. Like that I have plenty of time to read some of this stuff and that you have this escalating sense of risk. Looks like we'll just jump on top of that, but there we go. Much better. Yeah, that particular height must have taken a bit of planning. That shows you how the bomb reset on the switch was going to go. Look at this shell here. Is that even one shell? Or look at the silhouette in that shell. That seems very unusual that it would just be sort of spinning in that location like that. That's strange. No, I do need to get on it right away and ride it. Do I get to reset this? No, you get to do that. Yeah. Very neat work with that shell. Totally did not need a Z. Whoops. I don't see why people were sort of outraged all of a sudden at pineapples on pizza. I mean, it's just one particular option that's available. Like, I don't know if that was just some kind of, you know, proxy backlash to the Obama administration or something, where suddenly everything Hawaiian was suspect. But I have no problem with the concept of pineapple on pizza. I don't know I'd go out of my way for it. I do tend to have some fairly unconventional pizzas, though, so... But, like, it's nothing to get upset about, right? Like... Whoops. You see, Terminator, I'm not sure I buy that as a form of culture shock, given that pineapple on pizza has been in existence for as long as I've known about pizza. It's not like it's some kind of newfangled thing like avocado toast or something, right? Where at least you can complain about the kids having all these weird fashions, but maybe people just had these repressed memories of pineapple on pizza that suddenly made Make Resurgence for some reason. Look at the Thwomp in the starting location there with the saw blades. It looks like he's totally just sort of enjoying a workout or something. Okay, up we go. And back down. Yeah, I like that spring interaction there in terms of getting that forward arc. Note this is going to be a spin jump, obviously. Obviously. Yeah, for Unova, I think whenever people do anything like making a bold categorical statement about fruit, they usually overlooked a tomato. In just about every context. So. Okay. Gonna climb onto the netting here. Really generous exit point for how fast you're going. Okay. Thwomp is going to have a workout here. Finally carry me over. That's a GG. Look at that question block down below. I guess I should have dropped down towards it. Okay, thanks for that, Supernova. Let's... Oh. Where's my cursor? Ah, here it is. Okay, let's type that as a win. Thank you for all the GGs, and we will go back to the Terminator Yoshi level that I crashed out of earlier, and just give that a second shot. I don't know if I'll stay on it for too long, Terminator, but we'll at least give it a try as a closer today. And SDJML, welcome. Thank you for the lurk. And the SDJML, we actually opened today with a classical music level that was sent to me by somebody who is a ragtime piano streamer on Twitch. But the sort of warm-up level today was a concept that was one where you would, you know, listen to a famous piece of classical music and just fill in the last note. So as far as match puzzles go, in the same vein as things like Spot the Difference and so on, that was kind of a neat spin on things. Terminator, let's take a look at 8897 RY YPG. Yeah, a whole bunch of people that I interact with outside of Mario Maker has steadily been just kind of coming out of the woodwork as people who also follow Mario Maker. You know, like people from Scrabble or music streams or chess streams or whatever. A surprising number of them just kind of dabble in the game or follow the streamers on the side. Anyway, the notorious cheater Yoshi just beat us into the ground earlier. We'll see if we can change that fate. Yeah, Supernova, I don't know if those frequent flyer miles on Seesaw Airlines are going to necessarily be good for anything, but I'm sure I'll cash those in on you someday. Speaking of Yoshi committing tax fraud, Electrodude, there actually is a game, I think it's like one of the Mario Party games or something, where there is, in fact, text suggesting that Yoshi may, canonically in a Nintendo game, have indeed committed tax fraud. Or at least shown some interest in doing so. I've got to dig up that screenshot. I saw it a while ago. Nope, not getting out of range there. And Supernova says, thank you for choosing Seesaw Airlines. You know, I still remember seeing that airplane stage in Mario Kart 8 for the first time, and that was absolutely spectacular. That was probably the level I did the best on for the longest time in Mario Kart 8, for some reason. And so, you know, I was learning... Well, when I was, you know, just first playing the game in 150cc and then in 200cc, it would always be the thing that went consistently well. And even in multiplayer, I think I would always choose that particular course on rotation whenever it was available. Whoops. Something about it, like, it's just... There's a beautifully dynamic layout. Wonderful soundtrack, of course, like most of Mario Kart 8. Yeah. Sunshine Airport, exactly. Its title was momentarily escaping me. Whoops. But yeah, quite a lot about Mario Kart 8. That was really quite stunning. I don't know at this point if I expect there to be a Mario Kart 9 on Switch. I'm not necessarily counting on it. I think it has huge shoes to fill, given that Mario Kart 8 is already kind of the de facto game on this system. Indeed, the best-selling game on this system. And as a complete experience that had all the DLC courses already attached to it, it would be very difficult for any new Mario Kart to match at launch. So, okay, let's just slide under here. I gotta beat the blaster? Nope. It's too slow. Your favorite track in the Mario Kart series has got to be Coconut Mall. That's an interesting choice. SDGML, you were about to say this was too easy for a Nuka's level. You see, the thing is, I did receive a Nuka level earlier today, and I beat it without too much trouble. It was because I was already warmed up on this one, though. But yeah, I can see why you would think that, given that there is a pea balloon in it. Oh. This seems like a survival thing. Kind of watch that red bullet. And, oh, okay, no, I lost track of Yoshi. Yeah, no, I didn't realize that Yoshi was already letting me through. That's the issue there. I thought it was a survival thing where I needed to outlast the P-switch and go round and round, but I didn't realize that the P-switch was already over, so... Don't pulse around a circle, exactly. But yeah, I really do think that Mario Kart does need to bring back a Double Dash co-op mode. It's not a concept that would really work with the current approach to kart and character selection, I think. But it would have worked very well with the fact that you already had the twin item boxes in Mario Kart 8. And Double Dash is a concept that has never made it into online. You have to keep that in mind as well. Double Dash originally I thought was just absolutely spectacular. The only thing keeping it back being a very limited course selection, because that was, of course, back when they just released with 16 out of the box with no retro cups. But as a racing concept, I don't think there has ever been a proper follow-up to what Double Dash was doing with asymmetrical multiplayer. Can I explain Double Dash? Yes, so with Mario Kart Double Dash for the GameCube, the idea was that it was designed primarily for co-op where you would have two people to a cart. One person is driving and the other one is on items. And you can swap back and forth, like there's a button that allows you to swap seats. And so you would have a driver and a gunner. And the other thing that made it unique was that depending on the weight class of the characters, you know, it would also constrain you to certain carts, but the thing that made it unique was that each of the characters had an exclusive item that was available to them, so there would be a strategic element to whose super item you want to potentially draw, and also who you trust to be doing driving versus gunning. And so, yeah, as a concept, it has never really been properly replicated. It is one of the great cooperative experiences. Whether you're playing 2-on-2 or just playing 2-player co-op against a CPU, like, both of those were fantastic experiences. Now, you can play Double Dash solo, of course. It's just that you would be, you know, controlling both characters yourself and swapping between them if you want to strategize what items. But it's not quite the same thing. I mean, it's very obviously a game that's principally designed for co-op, so... Nope. I Am the Supernova. I think they already actually made the kind of RNG element of the blue shell spawning much more manageable in Mario Kart 8, especially compared to past games. It's much more possible to play defense, either by outrunning with a mushroom, using the horn, etc. Like, I think they mitigated the blue shell problem a lot when it came to maintaining first place. It's much better than it used to be ever since they introduced the blue shell as a concept. I do think that the character selection as well as the cart part construction metagame, those are kind of weaker elements of Mario Kart 8. I didn't like the cart part system when they introduced it in 7 to begin with, and 8 just kind of continued that without much modification, such that you would have people gravitate towards like minutely mathematically optimal builds. But that, for the most part, for casual purposes, the interchangeability of the cart parts was just kind of a purely aesthetic thing with not much going on. I do think that the roster for the character selection has way too much weight class filler, and that it doesn't draw enough from the main Mario series and the vast amount of characters that are available. Like, basically too many baby clone characters and such that don't add much to the roster other than being weight class filler. But yeah, like I was saying, Supernova, if you don't like random variants at all, you should really get into chess. Oh, am I not supposed to cycle around at all then? Oh no, Yoshi's going to go there, but he's going to go there too quickly to drop fire on this. So I guess I am doing that totally wrong then. I thought I would at least have to do one loop, but maybe I'm doing that one loop too slowly. Terminator mode, I only ever played Crash Team Racing in the free demo of the remake that was on Nintendo Switch Online a couple of months ago, and to be honest, I could not get into it at all. I crashed out of Crash Team Racing sort of within an hour or two. Like, I basically looked at and I know I'm playing a remake of a game from the late 90s, but I basically looked at that and realized, like, there is no reason I would ever choose to play that over Mario Kart. So, didn't get into it at all. It might just have been a product of its time, perhaps. And yeah, Supernova, the thing about chess is that everybody does terribly in chess. And I mean, like, absolutely everybody feels like they're garbage at chess, and they're right. And honestly, the more conscious you are of that fact, the more fun you have with the learning experience and with improving. It's one of the few games, the other one being StarCraft, where a lot of the magic in it competitively comes from knowing that you are absolute garbage at the game, and you're going to be that way to some extent, no matter how much you improve, but that the ways in which you can be slightly less garbage are totally within your control, and are like very concrete things that you can work on. And yeah, that's really what makes it work. Losing too much time to some of the final segment there when it comes to the diagonals. And yeah, I guess Terminator, that's nice that you got some good mileage out of Crash Team Racing, even in the original. I didn't really keep up very much with that era of racers, like going into N64 and PS1. Like, never really got into Mario Kart 64. It's one of the ones that I know least well, I think. Despite how much people tend to romanticize battle mode on Block Fort. I never really got into Diddy Kong Racing, which I know is much beloved. Which a lot of people actually do strongly prefer over Mario Kart 64. I think the one racer that I kind of played seriously in that era was actually the Star Wars pod racing game, which actually was ported to Switch. But was kind of closer to F-Zero more than anything, in terms of the speed and the boost-based gameplay that you would be working with. I'm not too much of a racer person, though. Like, I mean, it's one of those situations where I don't actually like racers, I just like Mario Kart. Because I think everybody sort of has a genre that's like that, where you tell yourself, I don't actually like games like this, I just like this one specific thing. You know, the thing about Super Nintendo F-Zero was that it was not one of the Super Nintendo games I played while it was current, it was one that I got back to as a retro game much, much later. And so I'll never really be as attached to it as I am to the original Super Mario Kart, even though they are completely different games, of course. I think it's a very stylish game. I love the soundtrack. I think as you get into some of the later races, things get a little bit wild in terms of knowing what to do and being able to execute accurately and within bounds. And yeah, Electrocuted, that's pretty much my feeling about shooters as well. I'm not a shooter player at all. Splatoon has the benefit of, well, first of all, gyro aiming, but also a lot of platformer style mechanics that, you know, much of Splatoon feels like it is the completion of what Super Mario Sunshine was trying to be. And that's true both the single and the multiplayer. And so I think the platforming element of Splatoon and how quick the movement is goes a long, long way towards making it playable for people who are not shooter players. You know, I could dodge the beam that time, but was hedging against that a little too closely. And yeah, Team Fortress 2 I would have last looked at about a decade ago, when they were just in the earliest stages of introducing their loot box and hat collection systems and all that stuff. And so the game is just totally unrecognizable to me now. I don't even know what it is anymore, right? Because it has been Valve's sort of experimental microtransaction design pad for the longest time. Okay, I'm way too slow on this. I don't know if I can beat the circling segment there, especially from my experience with the very similar E-Balloon circling challenges, mostly by Nugu Kaza. Are there any retro games I could play now that had bad save states? Oh, as in games where I would be more capable of playing them now that they have easy save states, like you would if you played on emulator or something. Here's the thing, though. I've traditionally kind of not minded long checkpointing anyway, so I don't tend to exploit save states when I play anything retro. Because I've always been about sort of large-scale arcade survival design. Like, I really like long levels and long survival challenges, and so I don't find that I want to cheese those things. I find that in most cases, I would actually rather just not beat them than cheese them through save states. Now, I had a lot of trouble with Ninja Gaiden on NES. I never beat it. I never got very far with it, and so I do know what you're talking about when it comes to, you know, wanting to attempt that with gentler retries, but it's one of those things where, like, if I can't beat it for real, I'm just kind of comfortable with the idea of never being able to beat it, and I feel like that's okay. Like, I think these days people feel much more entitled to see the end credits on the product that they're paying for. Whereas, you know, that was definitely not true for difficulty tuning in the 1980s. And here we go. Yeah, and Electrotude, the thing about Team Fortress 2 is that, like, I really enjoyed the class design, and I enjoyed the fact that there are classes that are very playable for people who do not like shooters. Like, you know, I've always kind of been a turret defense person anyway, so naturally I played a lot of engineer. And if you have really bad aim, but you kind of like platforming mechanics, like, there's a lot that you can get out of the Demo Man, etc. But the thing about Team Fortress 2, though, was that the sort of very fragmentary nature of how servers were managed, and the fact that a lot of servers would just kind of auto-assign you between teams if the teams became imbalanced, did, I think, take a lot of the juice out of the experience if you're playing with randoms. And I never had any kind of consistent group to play with, right? So I think it's a very different experience if you are playing with arranged teams. But if you're playing in a random setting, in some kind of lobby with strangers, the random nature of that just makes things feel meaningless very quickly. I feel like with games like that, you really do need to have some kind of regular team or community to get much out of them, in the same way that you get so much more out of Mario Maker if you are plugged into a social experience. Okay. Okay, actually gonna fly this accurately. Yeah, this one I do need to hold into it the whole time. Let's go, let's go. No, let's not. Too slow. Have I entered any tournaments? If you count Scrabble, yes, I have. For video games, I don't know that I have, actually. I'm trying to think back to when I might have, and yeah, I mean, there have been some sort of amateur, low-level StarCraft events, for instance, but especially when they put in an automated system for that with Legacy of the Void, where you would just have, like, rotating auto-paired ladder tournaments. But in terms of an actual sort of organized tournament event where you would have like a managed bracket and everything for that, I didn't wind up taking it too seriously. Although there was a good scene for people who were running like lower league tournaments in StarCraft for the longest time. I don't know if that's very active anymore though, because I feel like a lot of lower league players have steadily dropped out. And Terminator, I don't tend to cheat and watch the endings to games either, unless I really truly have no intention of playing them. Which actually is the case sometimes with things that are just going to be, you know, principally cinematic things anyway. Like, with a lot of games that are just mostly going to be cutscenes, you know, I already just watch other people play them on Twitch, and occasionally I'll just join them when coincidentally they are already close to the end credits, so that's basically the same kind of experience, right? Where you spoil yourself that way. And yeah, Terminator, the flight timing that time when I was holding dash the whole time around a circle, that felt right. Until I had the bump. Like, it definitely felt like I was getting closer. I don't think I quite understood what you were saying about the fire off screen earlier, but I'll see if I can keep that in mind when I get to the appropriate location. Okay. Yeah, which chases all the way around and not bump anything, and Yoshi is going to stay on screen. Great. Oh boy. There we go. Any more surprises? I don't know. Yoshi's running pretty quick here, so just gotta keep him on screen. And nope. You know what? I don't care. We made it. Maybe. Let's see if there's a P-Balloon check at the very end. Checkpoint? Okay. Whoa. Looks like this actually is a P-Balloon check. Alright, let's get crushed. Yeah, I guess if you're thinking about YouTube being present for the kind of games that were around in that era. Definitely really wish I had it for a lot of early RTS, in fact. I feel like the presence of YouTube dramatically changed the sort of median skill level in RTS in terms of people just understanding basics of unit control and economy and so on. Because, like, back when StarCraft 1 and Warcraft 3 were into Prime, for instance, and the early Age of Empires games and things like that, you would just kind of hear about build orders and such in text, and you would hear about general principles of expanding your bases, etc. in text. But you wouldn't actually have a good example of seeing that executed. And, you know, by the time you got into StarCraft 2, like, that was overlapping with a massive YouTube boom, especially because YouTube was introducing HD content at around the same time. And so even kind of bad players in lower leagues would at least try some really crafty stuff and have general basic principles that were not really present in the 90s, for instance. So even if you're like a bad RTS player by 2010 standards, you go back to the single-player campaigns in RTS back in its heyday in the 90s and early 2000s, and you would absolutely kill it, because you would have that innate understanding of how things like economy management are supposed to work. We got bumped. Actually, with things like the fighting game cabinets, very often on the cabinets themselves you would see things like super moves listed. Sometimes, depending on the installation. Like, you know, you wouldn't necessarily see, like, the full list of fatalities or whatever in Mortal Kombat. But if you were learning how to do the basic stuff, like, you know, Hadokens and Dragon Punches and all that in Street Fighter, like, you wouldn't just learn that on a community basis, you would learn that partly from the move cards that you see in front of you. So I don't think there was anything that was, like, really, really secret back then. I mean, you know, if you think about the Warp Whistle trick in SMB3, for instance, where you squat on a white block, like, that's the kind of thing where, unless you were totally disconnected from absolutely anybody who also played video games, everybody just knew that kind of thing, right? Like, in the same way that everybody just knew to, you know, blow the dust out of the cartridges. Whoops. And yeah, I know you're talking about the advanced move list, I guess. And Merlin, welcome. Yeah, Merlin, I meant to end probably about an hour ago, and then I decided to give this Terminator level from earlier today another series of tries. If this is anything like the other P. Balloon levels in the series, we should not actually be too concerned about that Checkpoint 2 placement, because it is likely just before a bonus coin collection segment at the very end, just as a timing mechanism and to give you a sense of satisfaction as you hit a flag. So we were basically one step away, except we got dunked by the last Fire Flower in the level. And yeah, Terminator, that's very true that the Zelda secrets, or the NES Metroid secrets, are particularly devious. That I think a lot of players who get into them for the first time today do have to ask for help. Especially because, you know, so much of Zelda was about, like, you would have certain things that block your progression and you just don't know which bush to burn. Some things you could figure out by yourself with some trial and error, but a lot of you just don't know which bush to look for, right? So. But yeah, Furry Nova, I think just, you know, video content of other people playing in general has been very useful. And I say that as somebody who doesn't really watch things like clear videos of hard levels. I mean, of levels that I don't intend to play, yeah, but when I'm playing them myself, I don't tend to consult any solutions. Because occasionally you would have people who submit you difficult levels, and then they would say, don't you want to see the clear video? And they would try to send you a link, and then my chatbot would block the link. But, you know, it's one of those things where I find it a little weird, where it's like, the point of playing the level for me is to figure it out, right? Like, it's not just to repeat what the clear video is telling me to do. But I think it's very different when it comes to things like knowledge in competitive multiplayer, like in fighting games, for instance. Just so you know what a combo looks like, right, when people talk about combos. But yeah, I think a lot of competing in any game at an even intermediate level is about just understanding how competitive play looks. And just, you know, having an idea of the general shape of the thing. And that's become, of course, just substantially more accessible. Okay. So here, we dodged the bumpers and we dodged the fire flowers near the end. Okay. Now let's watch this flower drop. Oh, this is... no, I was... Yeah, that's why we got caught by the last one. It's because the last one has no parachute. That's the trick here. So. And I got gated off this time. Interestingly, I did not get gated off last time, which is... I wonder why that didn't trigger that time then. Huh. Anyway, Freya Nova, thank you for dropping by, and I'm glad we managed to get your code in earlier. Which level of this series did I like best so far? Number 3, I think, and not just because I one-shot it, but because it was legitimately like a really interesting design. I thought the boss sequence in that was definitely one of the high points. In the long history of Terminator boss sequences we've seen so far, like with Living on the Edge 20, I think was the one that had the really spectacular fight as well. But, for once we didn't even get to zap off the Koopa and totally squandered it. Yoshi triggers the cannon, right. So yeah, the reason we didn't trigger it previously was because I actually managed to mount Yoshi. Now the thing is, if I don't get swapped into Fireflower form, and if I stay in the P-Balloon, I do actually have to race Yoshi because I would not be able to mount him as the P-Balloon, right? So things are going to be slightly different there. I didn't even think about the final exit gate as being a problem. But it is actually going to be a bit of an issue. Okay. Well, this has been a fun one. Challenging, but fun. Nope. But yeah, P-Balloon flying is definitely not my forte. Okay, here we go. But yeah, in general, I'm glad that even now that it's kind of trivial to look things up on the internet and look up resources from other people, that Secret's design has actually become more fair and more sort of internally visible to a game as a result. Like, you look at something like Breath of the Wild, and for all its scope and for all of its secrets, it doesn't have anything like a problem of burning the right bush that you have in the original Zelda. Yeah, Yoshi really plays dirty with you in this level. There's a lot that's not really blind friendly, like the parachute trick here at the end. Okay, we do need to outpace him. Nope. This is tight. Wow. Thought everything was going well, and that is a tough timing. I mean, that's the last thing we need to beat, so. Yeah, even just minor variations in timing can really ruin your day here. I bumped a few times before the flower pipe. Yeah, I guess that was too much of a slowdown there. Like, you really do pay the price for all of that as you go. Sometimes you don't necessarily realize it until much later, but... Oops. Yoshi really does play dirty with you here. I mean, I'm not sure we're friends anymore. This dinosaur and I. He just keeps trying to dunk on you the whole time. Like, I suppose the sense of, you know, things being blind surprises in this level is at least thematically appropriate to you. Yoshi just doing everything in his power to dunk on you. But I guess that's how we'll have to justify it. We're so close, though, which is unfortunately just going to encourage me to put even more time into this. Nope. I've got to find a more reliable method to get the mecha to fire in a way that I can outrun. Because I have not been able to do that with any consistency yet. I feel like I am kind of at the mercy of the mecha activation timing every time I get there. Electro Dude, you have a good lunch. You see, this is exactly how streams end up running for an hour longer than 9-10. I just tell myself, okay, sure, let's take on this one extra task since we're so close to getting it done, and then, well, that doesn't go quite as planned. Okay, stay nice and low for the chops. Nope. Too much time lost to diagonals there, I think. I should have just gone straight under the hard blocks instead of doing any kind of diagonal turn, given that they push me down anyway. And we have a raid to acknowledge because I am just about to hit that fire flower and lose, as you can see. Let's give a quick shout out to Zackfection, who has been playing Resident Evil Village. Hope that has been going well for you. I believe that just launched, I guess, yesterday, didn't it? So, yeah, very good timing to pause, given that this attempt is totally blown. We are on the last level of the day already. This is actually a repeat of a level I couldn't beat from viewer levels earlier. And so I've gone about an hour over my intended stream time, but that's okay because it means I can acknowledge and receive all of you fine people coming in with Zackfection. So yeah, those of you who are interested in viewer levels, I have been closed for a while today, but I am going to be running in the same block of time tomorrow. So, very glad to have you folks here. So yeah, Zackfection again. Glad you've been having fun with that. I haven't been paying too much attention to the promotion around the village. I do know that it's kind of following the first-person concept in Resident Evil 7. Thanks for the follow. But I didn't play that either, so... but I saw that it has like a village and a castle and, you know, things that are, I think, very consciously reminiscent of Resident Evil 4 when it comes to locations. But yeah, I haven't kept up with Resident Evil in the longest time, but there did seem to be a fair bit of excitement around the latest release here, so... Everybody always just longing for more content from the village people. But yeah, I've been very close to completing this Peepaloon level, but some of the gates are pretty tight. And so, we've gotten all the way to the last thing that I have to beat in terms of a timing check at the very end of this level, and I think it's the very end anyway. It has not gone well. The scariness was nerfed because people complained Resident Evil 7 was too scary. Yeah, because wasn't Resident Evil 7 kind of designed in the first place to be a bit of a demo concept for VR? Where they wanted to kind of give everybody a VR horror show in case it turned out they were into that kind of thing. Not sure where I'm losing time, such that I'm missing that gate. I don't think I have a great deal of control over the blaster gates, unfortunately. You enjoyed 4 and 5, but 7 you just couldn't watch. I noticed our Riddle B there that you conspicuously skipped 6. I don't know what it is about 6, I just know that it has some kind of reputation that makes longtime Resident Evil fans kind of pretend it's not there. I don't know why, but I know there's something going on there that's out of the ordinary. Whoa, that's a bump. I had to cut that corner a bit too tight. But yeah, I kind of had the sense that 6 was not well liked. Still waiting for the Silent Hill remake. Yeah, it seems like that's kind of been blinking in and out of existence, right? Because I remember hearing years ago that wasn't Guillermo del Toro working on something, and that didn't turn out to be the case. And yeah, I know some kind of new crack at Silent Hill is going on, but... Well, that's the thing about Silent Hill, it's just one big pyramid scheme. Okay, let's see that drop in. Curve around. Not bump too many walls. Oh, actually outrunning the mecha for once, it's very helpful. Getting into this position here, and yeah, just need a slight adjustment. We are going to make it cleanly for once. Do the whole circuit. And okay, we cannot lose any time here. Whoa, we got bumped. Is this level in Team P Balloon? I think it might be. I know that Terminator has been tagging some of his levels accordingly, and that's... We get some P Balloon levels fairly often here because Nuku Kaza shows up pretty regularly and also submitted something earlier today. I'm not a very good P Balloon pilot, especially because I play exclusively on D-pad, which for this kind of level is probably a bad idea. You got a console mystery box in. So you just decided to buy something that was marked as a $53 mystery console box? Like somebody just said, you know, $50. Get your console for $50, and you just decided to jump on that out of curiosity? Is that the impression I'm getting? Okay, let's... not make the gate once again. Yeah, I'm just kind of wondering about how one sort of gets into the situation of sort of wondering what's in the console mystery box to begin with. I'd find it terribly suspicious, especially at that price tag. But anyway, you know, the best defense against being scammed is just to be able to admit that you were potentially scammed. Yeah, because the people who are most easily taken advantage of are the ones who feel a little bit ashamed of what happened. Instead, you just kind of take action and report that in. Okay, I got bumped by the bumper. I think that's probably enough to kill me here. Especially because there was no activation on that on-off switch, which probably gates something off. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. We actually just cheesed it. It looked like I cheesed it, and then I didn't make this timing. That's sort of interesting, that I was hanging back far enough that Yoshi didn't drop. that on-off switch that would release the flowers to begin with, and so that actually allowed me to catch Yoshi slightly in time, though I fell behind, but not by enough to matter. And yeah, Zackfaction, do get some sleep. And have a good continuation of Village, assuming that you didn't already clear it. Whoops. Okay. You're assuming you're almost to the end. Okay, well. Yes, one big push on the next sitting will do the job. And then it'll just be mercenaries after that, probably. Okay. Yeah, I mean, these things can be deceptive from time to time when it comes to how many locations you have to work with. Okay. Really remarkable how durable Resident Evil has been as a property. It's been going on for so long now. Much better maintained than a lot of other storied Capcom properties that just seem to blink in and out of existence. Alright, Terminator, don't know if this is going to happen, because that blaster gate at the end is trouble. Because if I'm fast enough to activate the flower pipes, then the flower pipes are going to slow me down, because of the way I have to dodge the last drop. And that might be too much of a disruption me to catch up, but we'll see if we can make this happen. Because it is a tough one. Okay. And yeah, even if you fall behind quite early, it's not entirely clear where the catch-up opportunity is going to come from. I guess everything is synchronized around the P-switch gate, though. Like, the P-switch gate kind of normalizes all the timing from there. Whoops. Bad bump. As long as I don't get bumped, I'll be fine. Interesting. Yeah, I guess so. It seemed like I was having some trouble with the diagonal over the flower pipe drop, though. So some of that stuff could probably be cleaned up. Yeah, it seemed like I was way out of position for the mecha that time. So yeah, it might not happen today, but you're quite welcome to resubmit tomorrow. Unless you want to send me number 5 instead. Oh, whoops. Okay. Yoshi goes up. P-Balloon goes to the right. Okay, activate the mecha right away, and no, that's going to zap me. I still don't really understand what to do with the mecha. Maybe I am activating it too early. Rather than too late. I don't think it's possible to go any earlier, so... Yeah, late activation might be better when it comes to beam timing. Because it'll get me more time to get away from it. Even this first bullet blaster is giving me tons of trouble. Maybe instead of cutting a diagonal, I am supposed to just go up the slope and follow the slope. If I go straight across the ceiling, the beam can't reach me. Yeah, but if I'm hugging a ceiling that close, I'm also likely to bump the ceiling, right? So I'm kind of going as close as it is safe for me to do. But... oh yeah, to a certain extent... can't actually get close. I guess there are the slopes that allow you to position yourself somehow. I find that the kind of P-balloon slope logic does throw me off from time to time, so... alright. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Okay. Let's just try to go straight into the slope. Nope. I don't think I have a great deal of control over that blaster timing, as I was saying. I don't actually know on any given attempt whether I'm going to pass it. Same goes for the last blaster. Like, the blaster gates are a little bit much in terms of how much room they give me. But maybe this is in general just much easier for people who fly better with the P-balloon. Oh. I'm using D-pad. I do not have a stick on my current controller. I know that stick is kind of generally preferred for a lot of people and stuff. I might have to switch over to it, but I have to dig out my Pro controller. Yeah, no, because I'm playing on the Super Nintendo controller, and so no stick whatsoever. Which might be a problem for P-balloon levels. It's something that Nuka Kaza has actually pointed out before. Which is why for some of those levels in the past I have had to switch to a different controller entirely. Oh, you do use the D-pad, okay, yeah. Yeah, every time I swivel up or down I lose time, okay, yeah. There are certain positions where I feel like I have to, though. Okay. It's okay, well, I'll just see how cleanly I can do this. Nope. I mean, there is going to be some repositioning in order to fly accurately at all, right? So I don't know how much else I can shave. Yeah, because as you were saying, I absolutely do need to swivel. Okay. Nope. Yeah, it seems like it's a very rare circumstance where I would actually be able to make it through at a particular gate, so... and that is becoming a bit of a problem. The other thing is that I might not actually be able to stay much longer. So... we'll just see here. Subjectively, it seems like this is going slightly better, or was until I got chomped. Well, I mean, from a knowledge perspective, like, I just need one good clean attempt where I dodge the final Fire Flower, right? Like, other than that, other than the big finish, everything that I can do right, I have done right. At least once. But yeah, I felt like my positioning relative to Yoshi was much better that run. Even though I did get chomped by the chomp at the end. And up to that point, it was a lot more solid. Noticeably so. I can see that with my positioning. Okay. Yeah, it swiveled a bit too much there, I think. So yeah, finding this pretty tricky. Okay, yeah, have a nice continuous stroke like that. That would actually help. Okay. Nope. Yeah, that gate has not let me through in a while now. That's several attempts in a row that have all run into the same problem. Couldn't quite see what's triggering it too, whether it's something that's also Yoshi timed. But I haven't been looking at that very attentively, since I'm just trying to beat this thing. Whoops. Yeah, that's the problem when you have just one really solid run most of the way. At this point, it looks very beatable. But I also need to get back to where I was. Will I manage that? Things will not go well. Okay, made it. Let's not do that. Okay, well, I made it through the gate at least. But yeah, this one has been a toughie. Not too many bumps. Don't slow down through the gate? Yeah. Try not to. I'm not intentionally slowing down. But this is going to take a bit of work. Okay. Nope. Flying a bit too low that time. I thought it was going to be okay, and then the power just decided to float its way up. Yeah, I think I may have reached my peak for what I'm capable of doing today, though. Seems like I am regressing quite a bit here. Okay, that's fine. Nice tight curves, and everything should be okay. Okay, let's mine the clown cars. Up we go. Let's not get bumped. First obstacle here, second obstacle here. Let's fly low and dodged first 3 flowers. Can I make it? Can I make it? Yes. And let's not get bumped into the death gate there. That would be very unfortunate. Okay. And then we have part 2. No, I need to throw the POW first. Wow, there's a part 2. Okay. It's not just a bonus room. It's very close to being a bonus room. Okay. Well, glad we finally escaped that trap. Obviously, I have to see it through from here. So, toss the POW first. Did I need to hit the on-off switch? I wasn't clear on that. I didn't think so. Yeah, my star is allowing me to gain a little bit of speed at least. And at least to finish is independent of actually beating Yoshi to the goal. I see that in the end, we did actually lose the race. And for Nova, yes, you made it back just in time before the end. 144 record. I guess if you account for the death that I took at checkpoints. Yeah, I was still pretty far from that. We're not flying nearly that accurately. So. Thank you for the GGs. Yeah, that one took some work. Congratulations to everybody who actually has managed to nail that one so far. That definitely took some learning and practice. And I think Yoshi and I are still not friends, really. But we'll see if Terminator submits part 5, now that we've already seen part 6, and perhaps we'll make amends. I mean, I guess Yoshi did kind of earn that after rescuing me over and over in earlier entries in the series, but now we are at least even. So, also got over 300 clears, 3,000 clears, I should say. Actually kind of a loaded number, but I guess that's because I don't play Endless. Anyway, thank you so much for sticking through that. This turned out to be a much longer stream than intended, almost entirely because of that level. Both in the earlier sitting and now, but we saw it through. We stuck it out, and we triumphed. So, in the meantime, I am going to look for a raid to send you all off to, so you can hit somebody else with your P-balloons. Viewer levels should be back tomorrow, unless there are any last-minute changes of plan. Scheduling information, as always, does come up on the Discord. Glad you're all enjoying the GG emotes once again. Thank you for your continued viewership and your patience in queue, especially if you're one of the many people who submitted today. And we'll send you on somewhere else, so have a good night, or good morning, or lunch, or whatever it is you're doing with yourself. And fare thee well.